Sophia, can you hear me? Waiting for Ken. I'm just waiting for Ken. Well, I don't know where Commissioner Bounds is, so we'll go ahead and start. Good afternoon, everyone. Would like to call this meeting of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission back into session. Meeting here in Chelan and continuing our multi-day visit to this beautiful place in Washington State. We're going to adjust the agenda and go ahead and do our pre-arranged speakers. This is an opportunity for individuals and organizations to have an expanded amount of time, up to 10 minutes, to talk to us about matters of mutual interest. And Jim Van Lobensells is the executive director of the Mount Spokane 2000 group. And we're going to start with you, Jim. So good afternoon, and please proceed.
Oh, good afternoon, Commissioners, Director Dupuy, Executive Leadership Team, staff, and guests. Happy to be here today. Again, my name is Jim Van Lobensells. I'm the General Manager of Mount Spokane Ski and Snowboard Park, one of the only nonprofit ski areas in Washington State of 35 ski areas, and one of the only ski areas in Washington State parks. So excited to kind of give you an update today on where we've been the last 2 years. Kind of some of our pillars and cornerstones of our strategic plan, which we've been working on the past 2 years, and then just give you an update of some of the needs that are coming up, as I kind of talked about in July in Anacortes, and some of our aging infrastructure. Just to kind of reflect on our vision as a mountain, we're really providing year-round outdoor recreation experiences for generations to come. I think it really aligns well with State's Parks core mission. And we look at ourselves as ambassadors of state parks, and as well as providing a local community outdoor recreation and being a partner in that community. Today, again, just kind of reflecting on the last 2 years, COVID was really one of those, and I got my finger ready to trigger, I think last time I missed the slides. But COVID has really been a driving factor of our operations. The previous 2 years, we had a lot of challenges. We had policies that would change fairly dramatically within a matter of a week. And so we had to just be nimble and really keep in touch with what was expected and keep the doors open and keep the guests happy. So with that, in the 2 years, we were still able to move programs forward. Our summer program, and one of my cornerstones, is just year-round outdoor recreation. Previously, there were no summer programs. The first year, we added 4 weeks of summer camps, both mountain biking and youth adventure camps. So just learning about the park and stewardship and so forth, how to make a shelter, some real basic things. And this year we did 6 weeks of summer camp. So just really excited to offer summer activity through our staffing and through our through the concession area. We continue to grow our ski school programs and educational programs for the outdoor recreation. We currently have about 67 ski instructors. And we service all levels and skills of skiers, but this is one area we continue to grow. We brought on an outdoor recreation manager that has grown that successfully through COVID. Partnerships and user groups are a big component of what makes us successful. The adaptive ski program we have through Spokane City Parks has been something that continues to grow. I believe we service around 100 adaptive skiers, and they have over 130 instructors. So it's an incredible program that provides access to a challenged group that aren't necessarily used to being in our snow environment, and the city parks is able to really welcome them, and our mountain has been able to accommodate as well. Even in COVID, we talked about the surplus of guests and visitors coming out. We were a beneficiary of that, and through not only COVID dollars and grants, but through additional park usage, our revenues were up, and we've been able to, over the past 2 years, put over $4 million back into the Mount Spokane ski area. And previously, we have self-funded for the most part, but that's a pretty good sized number for us to be able to do in 2 years. And I'm really proud of the fact that as a nonprofit, everything that we bring in goes right back into the mountain. So fairly unique setting coming from the history of the Mount Spokane ski area previously. That's something I think a legacy of Mount Spokane 2000, the nonprofit, is providing. Just to kind of talk a little bit about our team, we have 18 full-time employees, and we have just hired 300 employees to get us through this season successfully. We did not see a drop. We had 120 returning employees last year. This year we had 190. So really excited that our team is able to retain. As you guys know, retention is much easier than finding that new employee. So that was a huge benchmark for me that lets me know we're doing some things right up there at the mountain and that people want to come and be part of the experience. So looking forward, some of the pillars I talked about, just building for the future, elevating the experience, protecting the playground, and connecting with the community. These are what we've built into kind of our core focus, and trying to give the best guest and customer service experience possible. I was talking at lunch with Commissioner Latimer and Bounds about, we have facilities that are aged. We've been able to receive some legislative funding that allows us to improve those facilities, knowing that we really can't just go in and tear it down and start from scratch and build brand new facilities all the time. So we're able to take limited resources and stretch them out as far as we can, using not only our internal skill sets, but using community skill assets and companies that want to be part of the nonprofit and part of helping Mount Spokane be successful. So we're in our second year of one of our projects, the kitchen kind of remodel. We've been able to tear it down, replace all of the equipment, create a new flow, and I think that guest experience is going to be enhanced. And of course, when you have the right facilities and flow, your ability to manage the customer experience as well as increase your revenue streams, it just goes up dramatically. So I think the other component, we do feel like we're stewards of the park system and stewards of the 1,700 acres that we oversee as Mount Spokane 2000. And the partnership with parks, I say this every time I come here, from my regional managers to the ranger in the park, to the executive leadership team, always extending a warm welcome to me to come in. How can we help you? That continues to grow, and I'm just really excited to be where we're at as a partner with Parks team and Director Dupuy. And so I say that connecting with the community is really about building those relationships and partnerships for the future, and to make sure that we steward those well and move forward together. So from that standpoint, one of our successes this year building on community, we have a first-time program where we're bringing 80 skiers that have never skied before from the city of Millwood and the Northside Community Center. I think there's 40 in each group. It's about $85 per student that we're underwriting with community support and some of our resources as well. And our goal is to get that to 100 in the next year and have that self-sustaining where we can bring first-time skiers from the community up with transportation, rentals, ski tickets, lessons, and food. And the people we're working with are also getting them the clothes and the clothing to make sure that they're protected from the winter. So that's been something that we're adding this year that I'm super excited about. Looking forward, just, our laundry list is part of our strategic plan. You guys heard me talk in July about the Vista Cruiser replacement and the age of our lifts. And I'll start with the lower section, 4 of our 6 lifts being 45 years and older, and how we replace that infrastructure over time. And I appreciate the commitment of the commissioners and understanding that the longevity of what we're trying to accomplish there, and the partnership and helping us achieve and replace some of this aged infrastructure. This next coming year, we're working on a vehicle maintenance building. We have 8 snowcats, 6 shuttles, 15 snowmobiles, and right now we're working in a 30 by 50 foot shop to try and maintain all of those. So one of our goals is to give our team the ability to be covered in facilities where we have some efficiencies and can get the vehicles covered, defrosted, or melted down and in a warm space to work. So we'll be working on that this summer. The next thing we're working towards is just the welcome center. When you come into the facility up there, there's really no identifiable place for you to start your journey and your experience. And the way we're set up, it's kind of like old houses where you have all these small rooms and they're all broken up, and it's just highly inefficient. And with the labor going up as much as it is going, we're finding we need a new space that creates that initial experience and gives people some efficiencies in how to get their rental equipment, how to get their tickets, and so forth. So one of the things we'll be coming to you with, and we're working on a pre-design right now, is just an initial guest center. And Parks staff has been working with me not only on the vehicle maintenance building, but a new surface lift, which is basically a rope tow or a T-bar, to navigate some of our users in our terrain park so they don't have to go all the way down to the existing chairlifts. They can just stay within the terrain park and decrease their footprint and usage of the park and be right where they want to be. So that's something we're working on adding this next season. And as you see, that we have a couple other chairs that are in that over 45 category that by 2030, our goal is to try and tackle most of this. And so with that, I would just say, I'm super excited with my team, with our partnership with Parks, and where we're going. And hopefully we can be as transparent as possible and keep you guys in the loop. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
See if there are any questions. Sophia, Commissioner Dannenberg, are you with us?
I am.
Any questions?
I was just wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the adaptive ski program. That's interesting. I don't think I had heard about that before. I did some volunteering way back when with Outdoors for All, so I remember seeing those programs. But it seems like a really good opportunity, as accessible as Mount Spokane is. Is that run by, you said it's run by the city, or is it, is it a nonprofit, or is it a city-run program?
City Parks and Recreation staffs it, and then they come up and we provide accessibility points for them to get to the slope and park. It's, like I say, it's about 100 students, and they're self-contained, but we've really worked hard to grow the partnerships, not only with the adaptive ski program, but also with our race team, which is another one of our user groups that has about 240 youth that come up and are part of it. But the adaptive program will really benefit from this chairlift improvement. I think I mentioned that we can have an instructor on each side of the adaptive skier. And there's some safety elements of riding the old riblet chairs, and it's doable. But as we make these improvements, I think that will increase accessibility to the entire mountain. So really excited to continue to support it and go from there.
Cool, yeah,
Commissioner Milner will be next.
When we last spoke, Jim, there was some discussion about how some of our larger partnerships evolved around a master plan or strategic plan between the parks and the partner. Has there been any movement in that direction to develop such a plan?
So we've just wrapped up midsummer. We met as a staff. We had our final board meeting, and we really are at the point where we've developed internally as MS2000 a vision of what we want it to be. The next step will be to kind of sit down and map out on this priorities that I was showing on the last slide. How do we accomplish this together? For the most part, MS 2000 has self-funded, and gone to the legislature on their own, because these next rounds of asks are substantially more than our revenue stream, and the buckets that we have available and the resources that we have available. That's where we're looking at this partnership with Parks to be in part of that capital budget ask, so that we can guarantee that we can get these next few steps accomplished. But the next step is to work with Park staff and kind of come up with the timeline.
Commissioner Latimer?
Yeah, just a kind of a off the wall question, and not necessarily looking for a solution right now, but when I think about outdoor recreation, whether it's golf or skiing or fishing, boating, whatever, a lot of these activities require a certain amount of capital. And as we talk about sort of making outdoor recreation more inclusive for people, in my mind, cost is probably the most prohibitive barrier, right, for a lot of families. You have family of 4 kids I haven't skied in quite a while, but I remember, taking my kids out to Mount Spokane to learn how to ski, and it costs money to do that. And if you don't have the equipment, it costs money to rent, or if you do buy equipment, and so I'm just kind of curious as to, if you see, you were talking about this program for accessibility. Do you see future programs that might help sort of, I guess, subsidize families that can't afford to do this on a regular basis?
Yeah, that's a great observation. This is the first step with this 80 students to really address that concern. We're in the process of working towards an endowment and starting an endowment. We've met with a local nonprofit organization in Spokane, Inovia, and they can administer this program. So we're doing our due diligence right now as a board to determine whether we'll go the endowment route, which ties up certain amount of funds and but also builds for the future programs. And it is one of our priorities as a board to make sure we are accessible to all of the community. We're working on a busing program that is fairly diverse, and Spokane Transit Authority, which is our regional bus organization, may have some solutions for us to work with. And Director Dupuy has heard me talk. We were able to negotiate a carpooling zone with Spokane County down about 10 miles off the hill, where we can park our employees as well as have a public pooling spot. So ultimately, we may be able to run shuttles down to there so that parents don't have to drive all the way up the hill. But this year, for sure, we'll have that agreement in place and be able to use that as a stepping stone to get closer to the community and create more access. So absolutely a priority for us, and looking forward to seeing how far we can go with it.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for taking the time to come and join us here today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Good luck on the season.
2 weeks.
So next, we're going to move to the second organization that has requested an opportunity to present to us, and that's the Fort Worden Public Development Authority. I see David Timmons, the head of that organization, is with us virtually. It looks like we also are going to be joined by another David King, who's going to participate in this presentation. And I also have a note here that John Begley will be joining us, but I don't see him on our screen. So is it just the 2 Davids at the moment? And can you both hear us? So David Timmons, I'll just turn this over to you to allocate your 10 minutes any way you'd like. Who's going to kick it off? Need to unmute, please. Yeah, we're still not able to hear you, David, either of you.
Are you here? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know about David.
Can you hear me now?
Can you
Yeah.
turn up your volume if you can?
I'll try. Let's see. How about that? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, gentlemen. Why don't you go ahead and with your presentation?
Okay.
I will start. Hi. My name is David King. I'm the chair of the board of the Fort Worden PDA. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. In a moment, I will turn this over to David Timmons, our ED, for our presentation on the conditions of our campus and the resulting challenges we face every day. It's actually a pretty daunting list you're about to see. Actually, I've been teasing David a bit about this PowerPoint that you're about to see. The recent windstorm hit us hard, and our ED's been struggling to deal with the immediate consequences pretty much ever since. I think these efforts kind of found their way into the presentation he'll make. Truth is, though we've had a bad week, we've actually had a good year. We secured an unmodified or clean audit from the State Auditor's Office for the years 2018, 2019, and 2020. These audits and the modifications we've made to our accounting and internal controls provide a firm foundation we can build upon going forward. We created Fort Worden Hospitality as an independent nonprofit to manage visitor services under a concession agreement. Hospitality's particular responsibility is fulfilling the obligation under our master lease to make Fort Worden a destination for visitors across Washington State and beyond. And we believe that Fort Worden Hospitality will be more nimble and resilient than the PDA in the event of another pandemic or some other external challenge. We've executed long-term leases with the on-campus partners that for decades have provided the extraordinary programs that constitute lifelong learning at Fort Worden. Our long-term commitment is enabling Centrum, Northwind Arts, PT School of Woodworking, and our other partners to enlist their donors and supporters to invest directly in their Fort Worden facilities. Centrum, for instance, has secured $11 million for this purpose. If you were able to attend any events or programs at Fort Worden this busy summer, you experienced directly the renewed optimism and sense of purpose we're forging with these and other actions we're taking. So hold on to these thoughts as David walks you through the challenges we face. The challenges are serious, they're imminent, they'll be expensive to address. Between hospitality and the long-term leases, we've secured sustainable future uses for the majority of our buildings on campus. The challenge, as you'll hear, are condition issues of individual buildings beyond the reasonable capacity of any tenant and the campus-wide systems that tie the facilities together. But we are in the middle of demonstrating that this action and these things are very much worth doing. Fort is thriving for visitors and participants. So David, your turn.
Okay, I'd like to get started here. I'm sharing my screen. All right, is that coming through or? You gotta love technology. All right. Can we see this PowerPoint?
We can. There we go.
Okay.
Good.
So part of the reason we're doing this is that we're at a critical point. As David mentioned, we've made tremendous strides. In fact, there's an amazing article in Forbes magazine highlighting Fort Worden, calling it out as one of the premier state parks in the nation. But underneath all of the cover, we have some serious issues. We're seeing a lot of failing infrastructure in both the systems that support the buildings and the buildings themselves. And some of the buildings have actually been placed out of service. And so what we're going to require to see in over probably the next 10 years is a significant investment in capital to keep this facility going. Recent inspections show a whole series of life safety threats in some buildings. We've actually had some buildings have been restricted in terms of restricted access. Some were temporarily closed until emergency measures were taken. And then a recent assessment of one building alone, one of the major buildings, has a price tag of $24 million. Other buildings, we're going to be seeing a number of different issues as coming forward. As everybody probably is aware, there's 73 historic buildings that were responsible for stewardship to maintain. They provide a variety of opportunities, programs, and housing experiences. These are pre-pandemic numbers, but this gives you sort of an idea of our potential. And we're actually seeing these numbers coming back. You know, we're looking at between both state parks and the PDA, 1.5 million visitors a year, 1,500 days of creative programming, creative partners with 75 years experience. We're going to see Centrum actually celebrating 50 years next year at Fort Worden. So that is a high point that we're wanting to celebrate and recognize. And also we've got a number of world-class recognized programs occurring. But the PDA in its 6th year of operation continues to face millions in capital investment. The contributed income from parks and the legislature and private donors have helped, but the needs, you know, are just too much. Maker Square, which was the 3 warehouse buildings, took, you know, over 6 years to accomplish with 14 different sources of funding, and yet that's only 3 of the buildings on campus. And during the current status of what we've seen in sort of this year alone is Building 201. We had use and occupancy of the basement and 2nd floor prohibited because it lacks fire safety access. It's currently used by the Coast Artillery Museum on the 1st floor, but we're estimating the cost to restore is a potential of $20 million to $30 million for just that one building. Building 203 is we had use and occupancy restricted for the entire building until we made emergency repairs. There had to be the stairs that provided emergency access exiting from the 2nd floor had to be completely replaced. I think that was probably about 10% of the existing wood was salvageable. The balance of the stairs were completely gone and had to be totally replaced. The sprinkler system along with that, that supported that exit stairs had to be upgraded and replaced, as well as also there was several other issues that were discovered during these inspections that required other emergency repairs. So we spent probably close to $100,000 in total to get that building restored so it could actually get back into occupancy and use for this summer. But we're currently looking at an architectural study for this building that was funded by our county, and it appears now that we're looking at almost a $24 million restoration bill for this building. Building 204 is also under some emergency repairs to eliminate water intrusion into the fuel oil heating systems. We don't yet have an estimate for what that's going to cost to repair, but we do know that it is something that has to be addressed because it's causing serious problems with the operating systems for the heating and systems. Building 210, we had mechanical failures that forced shutdown of the facility. Potentially, the water heating system had failed. There are 3 main water heaters. Only one was operational. The other 2 required replacement. The 3rd one began to fail, and so we had to make emergency repairs to replace all 3 of those. We also have problems with the compressor and the walk-in cooler. The walk-in cooler to totally replace would be a $2 million price tag for that one piece of equipment. The current use of this building is it supports campus-wide activities. But we're looking at an estimate of anywhere from $5 to $7 million in replacement of HVAC equipment throughout the entire facility. Building 225, we've had major mechanical failures that forced a temporary shutdown of that building during the recent windstorm power outage. It caused the sprinkler system in the basement to charge and actually activated, flooding the basement. The heating oil system, there are 5 oil heated furnaces in there that are beyond their useful life. In fact, the boiler or the heating system guns are actually recycled from other components. And so I think they were purchased off of eBay. But if these systems fail, then we're looking at a complete shutdown of the facility. And what I thought possibility was we could substitute and go with electric heat pump systems in that building, but we found out that they're back ordered anywhere from 6 to 9 months as well. We also have a sewer lateral pipe that collapsed. The current use supports the entire campus. And yeah, as I mentioned, we also had the flooding that was activated by the recent power interruption. Building 298 may be occupancy and use may be prohibited because of some structural failures that are occurring in the building. We may not be able to make those repairs because of the expense. It currently is occupied by both hospitality and Goddard College for office use, but it also is used for programming use by many activities on campus. And it's one of the larger, more complex campus buildings. And we're looking at an estimate there of anywhere from $30 to $40 million for that building alone. Building 313, we had a major failure of the heating system there. We had to make emergency repairs and replacement. In this particular case, we were able to get a heat pump replacement, but we spent close to $30,000 of unexpected expenses to keep this building warm during the wintertime. Also, campus alarm systems and electrical infrastructure. As I mentioned, when the power went out, when it did come back on, it blew the three-phase fuses throughout the campus. We had to make emergency measures with the PUD to access and get fuses that would actually work in the older system that's on campus. Also, to date, we've had over 450 to 500 false alarms throughout the campus. And this is something, if you do the math, that's more than one a day on average that is occurring. Many of these systems, when they do fail, it will put a building out of service under the fire code. And currently now several buildings have systems that are not compliant with the code because the code requires dedicated connections, and these buildings cannot provide that because of the condition of the infrastructure communication system that is failing. And so we're looking at potential real situations here with having to take buildings out of service on an emergency basis. We're also looking at some of our challenges and our risks in terms of how we go forward to deal with these issues. These are just some of the highlights. Mostly I would just draw attention that many of the systems failures are happening faster than anticipated, and it's going to become very disruptive in the very near term. The key challenge is that we have over $250 million in infrastructure investment needed in the next 5 years. I would say probably more likely 10 years in utility buildings, streets, pedestrian access, internet fiber, and ADA improvements throughout the campus. What we're looking at doing now is we're updating the facility plan. We're looking how we can align current uses and facilities. We've also brought into line and prioritize implementing phases over a 5-year period. We have 32 million in infrastructure work that is shovel ready. We have 120 million identified as critically needed and 100 million identified to restore and invest that will be working with the partner programs on. We've identified also the shovel ready and working through. One of the things that we're trying to look at is where do we begin? If we start with just buildings, the buildings will be great, but if the infrastructure isn't in place to support those building activities, then we really need to focus on that. So what we're looking at is our first priority is the campus to underground all the utilities that are remaining, also to upgrade all the fiber. We've reached out now into a partnership with our local PUD to begin to address and bring a dedicated fiber systems to the entire campus. Also, we're looking at campus-wide improvements for energy at $8 million. Also a campus road and access improvement program of $5 million, and then a historic preservation of military buildings of $15 million. So the first one we talked about is to deploy fiber all through the campus. Part of the benefit that this will provide to us is that we can then utilize the technology platform to basically begin to service all of these buildings. For instance, we have 42 fire panels throughout the campus, and each one has to be separately monitored under a separate monitoring contract. That's about $14,000 a year for that service. With a new fiber deployment, we can actually eliminate that and bring all those fire panels down to one master panel for the entire 70 buildings on campus, drastically reducing our monitoring costs, but also significantly addressing the failed systems that are out there in a much more expedited fashion. And we're going to be working with the PUD to basically gather and put in the fiber that will be dedicated to every building to make this possible. Also, there's still some underground electrical service lines that need to be completed on the campus. It's important there because of the trees, but also because of the failing systems, because of the coastal conditions that are, wear and tear on those lines. There's also several lines that need to be decommissioned that are leftover legacy lines and things that are there. We've been struggling with one for the USO building. The old line is leaking. We cannot find where the water source is coming from to shut off that leak. So we've been trying to find out. It's an old legacy line that's buried. There's no records of them. And many of the valves are broken. And so we need to do a lot of work on decommissioning many of these old systems. The other part of this campus utilities is to meter the entire campus. Currently, right now, only 7 buildings have electrical meters. So we have no way of monitoring use and consumption throughout the campus. So our goal here is to install smart metering systems that will basically begin to monitor both electrical, water, and consumption. Also give us the ability to provide a campus-wide security system, a campus-wide access system, as well as an energy management program that we can deploy using the fiber dedication. The second project and priority that we are asking is the campus improvements for a district geothermal heating system. This has been mapped out in a prior project, and we're bringing it forward now because we're entering into a partnership with the Department of Enterprise Services Energy Management Program, which is basically a design build concept program administered by the Department of Enterprise Services on behalf of their client, which is the PDA. And so we're excited about this because it'll significantly reduce the carbon footprint of the campus. It in effect will create a much more cleaner, more functional and efficient heating system throughout the campus. It'll also be complementary to the historic nature because everything will be underground. And so we're really excited about pulling this project together and making that particular request. The campus road improvement and access programs of $5 million. This is for generally all the parking, the charging stations that we want to install, the pedestrian access improvements that need to be made, sidewalk repairs, and also a wayfinding program for the entire fort and the campus to assist people going through. And then finally, what we decided on the historic preservation was to take a targeted set of buildings and the officers' row. We've already got 2 buildings or 3 buildings completed. We want to basically take that work and replicate it to complete all the buildings on officers' row as a kind of a focused attention effort while the partners work on their buildings, and then we focus on the bigger buildings, which are going to be much more expensive and complex to do, but at least get the officers' row, which is kind of our asking for is in the next biennium, we've submitted through our legislative effort and also to the governor's office for a separate funding of $12 million for the next biennium. We've also been very careful to emphasize it should not be seen to supplant any requests that State Parks is asking for. We feel it's critical that we have a lot of catching up to do, and so it cannot come out of State Parks. It should be in addition to the State Parks request, but it would be something that we are going to seek, hopefully in support and in partnership with Parks, as we've done in the past, to try to help us get through a lot of these critical issues. The next effort that we would be looking at would be also in terms of what we can do in our efforts in regards to our other priorities and continue to go forward with those. So what we're asking really from the commission is really support of our efforts to obtain this capital appropriation for our first two priorities in the next biennium budget. So, as we mentioned, we see this kind of as a once in a lifetime opportunity. But as I mentioned also, and we are reaching a critical point with this tremendous asset that we're stewarding here.
So David, I take it you're done?
Yes.
So we're well over our 10 minutes, but this is important. And fortunately, we do have a little bit of extra time today. So before we let you go, let me see if there are a few questions from any of my colleagues. Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, David. It's kind of striking to me coming from Vancouver, where we have a lot of similar buildings.
A little louder, please.
Oh, so in Vancouver, as you're probably aware, we have a lot of similar buildings. I hope you had the opportunity to talk to the Historic Trust, because obviously they've been dealing with a number of similar issues. It's a different sort of governance structure, but maybe some opportunities for some shared ideas.
Yes, definitely. We actually have been looking at a number of different opportunities and comparables that we can basically learn from and copy. So.
Yeah. And how many of the buildings on the campus are actually sort of closed at this point?
We currently don't have any buildings fully closed. We have some buildings that are partially restricted. However, there are some potentials as the fire marshal continues their work. We may have to update that at some point here. But about 2 buildings right now are partially closed.
David, when you and I had a chance to visit with each other up at Fort Worden a few weeks ago, you shared with me the hope and expectation that there might be some potential for significant federal dollars associated with one or more of the stimulus packages that move their way through the Congress, and those funds are now actually working their way out into the states. I didn't hear you mention that in your presentation, but what's the status of those efforts or those expectations?
Our project nomination got accepted by the White House. It's part of the Justice 40 program. The difficulty that we have is that the project itself is eligible, but we as the PDA or the state are not eligible. We have to work with a eligible applicant. In this particular case, it would have to be one or more of the tribal nations that are located in and about here. The way it would work is that they would receive the funds through their eligibility, and then they would have to act as investors. So what we are doing now is we're going to be reaching out here shortly to begin to have that kind of conversation as what can that look like? And how can we provide an investment opportunity for the tribe to achieve what that program will require is a return on that investment that they would make in the park. So it's a little more complicated than what we first initially were told.
Okay.
To bring several millions of dollars in.
So you are breaking up there a little bit, David, on our end. I apologize for cutting you off. Were you through with your answer?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Milner has a question, then Commissioner Dannenberg, and then I think we're going to have to move on to our next presentation. So Commissioner Milner?
So I was just thinking back to the origins of the negotiations, and Commissioner Brown and I were part of it. I believe Commissioner Bounds, you were on board at the time of the master lease approval, but not during the workup to it. And early on, the PDA had done an inventory, sent architects to go through voluntary services to inventory out what was needed to get the buildings up to snuff and the infrastructure going right. And the numbers that we're seeing here are, as David said, quite a bit bigger than anything that was anticipated. And so I just want to make one point. There are many reasons to do a project like a lifelong learning center. And I'm just going to suggest that the original basis for the business case, we should probably set that aside and look at this maybe from the point of view of Fort Vancouver, or as something run as a historic treasury, if you will, with backing from a historic trust. But honestly, looking at the business case that was originally presented, I think there's no tangible relationship to this. And I am really grateful that you have come up with some very realistic figures for what it takes to make this work. That doesn't mean I'm not a supporter of this project. I think it is a great project, but the way in which we look at this and the reasons for which we would do it, I think need to be revisited.
Yes.
I now doubt that we will ever see a cash flow analysis that pays out the capital requirements to sustain this campus over 50 years. I just don't see that happening. But there's other currencies that we work with, and those currencies include values that come to the public as a consequence of providing the various services that are provided on this campus. And frankly, I think we've all conceded that quite a few of the partners are unable to pay their way. That's a little harsh. I know, for instance, the woodworking school has always been up there to provide in-kind services that were invaluable to the work of restoring buildings. It's all great. It's all wonderful, but I encourage you to just step back from this thing and say, you know, we're not doing this so that we can meet cash flow. We're doing this for other persons and promote it on that basis. And I commend you for going to the governor directly and creating something of a partition so we're not competing with each other. And I commend you for coming forward with some very realistic numbers. So, thank you.
Commissioner Dannenberg, we'll have our last question.
You know, you're facing a lot of challenges. I don't know if you've been on the meeting, but you may have seen that the reason why I'm on video and not in person is that I actually live on Whidbey Island, and so I was hit pretty hard as well, and so I just couldn't leave I couldn't abandon my house with all the little. I just have a few like fuses that are blowing every couple hours. But you know, looking sort of at the chatter, and you know, I don't think people honestly in the state realize disaster here on this side. I mean, it was really significant. And, you know, looking at, you know, some of the issues that you just discussed that are storm related, and then also even, you know, underground, you know, utilities, for example, that are part of priority one, that would sort of prevent some future issues. Because I gotta tell you, I wish we had underground electrical wires here too now. You know, is there other funding? I'm trying to think, like, are there other funding mechanisms for that type of, you know, that very specific sort of natural disaster related issues, or as I said, some of the things in priority one that might be preventative for, you know, future outages, right? If you had electrical lines under wire, et cetera.
Yeah, there are several. I'm very familiar with hazard mitigation funds through FEMA. But part of the reason we also designed priority 1 and 2 is we're looking at what federal dollars are going to be coming through to the state for both broadband deployment as well as also for energy improvements. So that if there's a chance to pass through those federal funds directly through us, that we'll be in a position to target and prioritize those. And so we are actually putting them in a category of where we can prioritize other funding streams. That's been one of my goals that I've been working on.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. This is very sobering. I think for the director, just say that we need to know if there's more we should be doing to help as advocates for what you're seeking. And we were told earlier today that we'll see the governor's proposed budget around the middle of December. So fingers crossed on that front. And good luck and thanks so much for joining us today.
You're welcome, and thank you for having us.
Now we're going to go ahead and move to our final group of presenters from the city of Westport. We have the mayor here, Rob Bearden. Mayor, come forward along with, I know your public works director is here. And Troy's joining us through virtual means. Let's see if Troy, we can see your logo there. Troy, are you? There's
Yeah,
Troy, and then also our friend John Shaw from the local historical society there in Westport, who we all know. And so let you decide how you want to allocate your time. But Mayor, did you want to start with some opening remarks?
I think we'll let Kevin start with this and then we'll move on from there.
All right, super. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Thank you all commissioners for your time today. And I know time is running short, so we'll try and push through here. Again, we have Mayor Bearden with us today, Mr. Shaw from the Historical Society, and Councilman Troy Myers virtually. We'd all like to have an opportunity to say some things today. I'll start off with, as a lifetime resident of the city of Westport, I'm blessed to be able to sit here in front of you and represent our community. I was raised in a family business of hospitality. My grandmother owned a hospitality business. Over the last 29 years, I've coached our local youth in the school district. And the last 16 years, I've been an employee of the city of Westport. And the last 6 years, public works director. So I've seen a lot of changes in our community throughout the time. Like Ryan Day mentioned yesterday in the workshop, I'm not an IST by any stretch. I don't have any abbreviations before my name or after my name. I'm a public works director for a small jurisdiction. But I'm 100% committed to the future of Westport. And I think this project and what we're talking about today has a lot to do with the future of Westport. So there's a lot of information shared yesterday, a lot of detailed information. We don't really need to get into those details again today. But in my lifetime in Westport, I've witnessed firsthand the evolution of what we now look at as Westport Light State Park. When I was a kid, it was sand and dune grass. And now we have the wetlands, and now we have the shore pines, and now we have a lot of those things. So we're aware of the history of the park grounds and how it's evolved, but we also have to deal with the park as we see it today. And we understand that too. One of the words that keeps coming up that I appreciate is partnerships. And especially in our community and with parks, I believe the city of Westport and the citizens of Westport are Washington State Park's biggest partner in this project. It is an RCA. There is a proposal on the table for development, and I think that development needs to seriously be considered, but your park is about a third of the landmass of the city of Westport. So we have a stake in the game. We're one of the biggest stakeholders here, right? I know you all appreciate that. There was talk yesterday about policy, and we all need to adhere to our policies. We understand. At my level, I'm constantly looking at municipal code, our policies surrounding our code, and how that affects our development projects. That's my job as the public works director. Um, but we also know that policies need to be reviewed. Policies get interpreted for different projects in different ways. And sometimes policies get amended if they need to be. So I think we need to consider not only our policies, the parks policies, and maybe Department of Ecology policies. Maybe we need to look at things on a broad level as we work through whatever development happens at Westport Light. Our Shoreline Master Program, I think, is written very well. It was updated from 2014 to 2015. The final draft was about 2016, and the city adopted it after I came aboard as Public Works Director in 2017. I'm not sure when that update was done, if they really looked at potential uses for the Westport Light State Park. You know, there was a previous iteration of a golf course years ago. The community wasn't real happy with that particular project. This one that's on the table now, I think, is a very different proposal. So we need to look at this project and maybe how it could fit into our SMP. As the SMP administrator for the city of Westport, I have an opportunity to interpret our Shoreline Master Program for any development project, whether it be a conditional use or a substantial development. And so I do see ways that we can look at our SMP as it's currently written and maybe find a path forward for this project. Now, granted, there's challenges, but I think it's time that we sit down with the other agencies, Ecology, Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife, and talk through those challenges and see if there are work-throughs. And there may be, we don't know. We know the way it's written now, it's restrictive, we understand. But we always run into restrictive challenges and things, and sometimes we can find ways to work through those. So just want the commission to consider that as we move forward. My task when I get back to Westport in my office tomorrow morning is to start setting up meetings with the Ecology, Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife, so we can really sit down and work through these things, and also with your staff, who's been very supportive and great to work with through this whole process. As I mentioned, I believe there's a path forward, maybe even with the SMP as it's currently written. But as you're aware, we're going through a periodic review, which the Department of Ecology has funded for us. It's part of the SMP and the SMA programs. And we'll see what comes out of that. It may turn out that the language that is currently in the SMP is appropriate. It may turn out there would be recommendations for amendments. We'll see what happens there. I would encourage you, however, to consider moving forward, if possible, with the EIS while we're doing this review and potentially coming up with recommendations. I know there's challenges with that, and I know nobody wants to run into legal walls, but at least consider what we can be doing while this review is going on. We weren't really thinking that our review was going to slow down the process, but now legal counsel has kind of indicated that we need to take a hold on the EIS while this is happening. So I would ask you to consider what can we be doing in parallel with our review of our SMP. You know, the other issue that has come up lately, there was some very stark modeling images we saw yesterday, is the shoreline erosion issue. We and I have been dealing with shoreline erosion over the last 5 years. I've been working with some really good people at the University of Washington, been working with good people at State of Washington Emergency Management. The modeling I saw yesterday is far more severe than things I've seen to date. So I think we need to take a strong look at that. Our shoreline's constantly changing. And that means, yes, we've seen erosion. We've also seen accretion. We're seeing some now in certain areas. So to look at that model and say, this is what we have to make decisions based on, I'd say, let's take a step back and consider that that model is the worst case scenario, but that might not be exactly how things are going to be. And if you look at the erosion over the last 5 years, we've actually seen less than earlier models indicated. So just consider that as we talk through the erosion issue. But I think this is the time where I'm hoping that partnership comes into play, where we can sit down with parks staff and really have serious discussions on that shoreline erosion, because it impacts the park, but impacts the city of Westport. And we don't have a retreat policy. We can't go anywhere. So while parks can retreat back a bit from the shoreline, the city's not moving. So we need to make sure we protect our city, our assets, our infrastructure, our people. So I look forward to working with staff on that erosion discussion as part of this project, but regardless, we need to talk about that. One of the biggest components of this golf course proposal is obviously the economic impact on the city of Westport. And we've seen numbers and they're big. And quite frankly, the largest economic opportunity we've seen in Westport in my lifetime. We've been through ups and downs of fishing industries. We've been through ups and downs of tourism. This project could stabilize our economy on a year-round basis. Apparently people like to go golf in windy, wet, stormy weather. I don't know why, but they do. So we've always been looking for ways to bolster up our shoulder seasons for tourism. So if we had a year-round activity, that could help us accomplish that. So I think this park proposal of a link-style golf course could be an answer to our problems there. What does it mean for the city of Westport? Well, we saw some things yesterday that were presented, but it's just a sense of community moving forward. For one thing, we finally have something as a community we can grab onto and say, here we go. It'll create jobs. It'll bring in tax revenues. It could, like was said yesterday, could double our tax revenues. What could we do with that? You know, we could expand internally our own parks and recreation activities with some additional revenue based on this project. Emergency services could certainly be upgraded. Staff capacity at the city would certainly be upgraded. I could use some help. Public access to the park, infrastructure improvements, and just active transportation things, bicycle paths and better sidewalks and better connectivity throughout our community are all things that this project could potentially provide. One of the main things we're all trying to achieve here is public access to a park property, public access to the shoreline. This project, I think, accomplishes that. So I think that's another reason it should be considered, and we should be able to work through some of the challenges because we're trying to utilize this property and allow people to access it. There was some great comments yesterday by some of the commissioners. Commissioner Latimer, you know, what would parks do to preserve this park if we don't do a golf course? We don't really have a plan B. And I don't think we want to go another 5 to 10 years of figuring out what plan B is. So let's be considering what we can do with this proposal maybe. You know, the policy, Commissioner Brown mentioned the policy of retreat. What can we do to stabilize the dune? What can we do to stabilize the park rather than just say, well, shoot, if that dune washes out, we're just going to retreat a bit. You know, that doesn't work for us. Like I said, we can't go anywhere. And we're planning on being around for a while. So, you know, and then Commissioner Miller mentioned the benefits to the city as far as stormwater, groundwater, infrastructure, those kinds of things. This project really does help us there. There's always inherent risk in any development project. We know that. We want to mitigate any risk we can as early as we can. We know that. But we can't run away from a project because it's difficult. And sometimes the difficult projects are the ones that force us to broaden our vision, push the policies a bit, and it makes a better end project because of the process we've gone through. So I think that's where we are today. We're pushing this a bit, and I encourage the commissioners to be open to that idea of pushing the envelope a little bit because this is new. It's obviously new for you, new for us, but I think we can work together and figure out a path forward. I was reading the Campbell Resort magazine last night, and it talked about how the Campbell family came to town, built a little hotel, expanded it, and then by the end of the story, it said the family got involved in parks development and a golf course, which became the cornerstone, of the area. So I think we have an opportunity for a legacy project for state parks for the city of Westport that will make a generational impact on our community. And so I just think it's important that we keep pushing and trying to find a path forward rather than reasons why we shouldn't move forward.
So Kevin, we're already well past our 10 minutes, but you guys have come a long way and we want to listen to you, but I just want to make sure that we do have other business to do,
I
but I do
understand.
want to make sure we hear from all of the
Yeah.
speakers. So
Yeah.
just bring that to your
I have
attention.
one more line, Commissioner, and I'll be done. And my last statement is taking no action is taking an action. And I don't think that's acceptable. So with that, I'll give it to Mayor Bearden. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Commissioners, Director, I'll be brief. Good afternoon. So I am Rob Bearden, Mayor, City of Westport, Washington. So I'm here today to show my support for the Westport Golf Links project at Westport Light State Park and ask Park Commission to approve the project and allow it to move forward as soon as possible. Westport used to be known as the salmon fishing capital of the world, but we have had to diversify over the years as salmon opportunities have declined. Westport Golf Links is a great opportunity to allow our community to further diversify and expand our outdoor recreational activities for our citizens and visitors alike. The project is vital to our continuing economic stability and will bring jobs and increase municipal tax revenues to our community that are greatly needed. It will also give our citizens an opportunity to engage in an enjoyable outdoor activity without having to travel to a different area. The youth of our community would greatly benefit from having a golf course in our backyard. Currently, we have one high school student that is dedicated to golf and has to travel over an hour during golf season to play with a neighboring team. If there was a golf course in Westport, our local school could have its own teams, offering many of our youth an outdoor activity that they can enjoy for the rest of their lives. Westport is also in dire need of additional lodging for our visitors. The Westport Golf Links project will help fill and stabilize our lodging needs. There's a long history of wanting to put a golf course in Westport. The Westport Golf Links project is the right fit for our city and the Westport Light State Park and would offer many benefits to our community, and we hope that you agree and work to make this project a reality. So, Commissioners, thank you for your time and your consideration.
Do we have a few more minutes?
Yeah, I want to
I'd
hear
like,
from your two other speakers and then
Mr. Myers to take over next if you could.
Okay, Council Member Myers?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I wanted to apologize for not making it in person due to some domestic tranquility concerns. I'm very actively engaged in the Westport community, living directly adjacent to the property at Westport by the Sea condominiums, and I've served on the association owners board here. I'm an environmentalist, particularly related to concerns of climate change and related sea level rise, and I'm a year-round daily user of the park, having walked over 5,000 miles on the Lighthouse Trail. I've also been involved with removal of Scotch broom on adjacent private and public properties, including the park. And most importantly, in today's context, I love this park. It's an amazing resource and it should be developed for educational, recreational, public use. To provide some context to my report, remarks, Grays Harbor and Westport are economically challenged with higher percentages of disabled, fixed income, retired persons, and other individuals and families living under the poverty line. Our businesses are at higher risk of failure due to constraints from staffing, availability, seasonal operations, and fluctuation in our commercial and recreational fishing industries. Development of this park, particularly as a links golf course, will bring a much needed equilibrium for those businesses and our residents. As a council member, I view my role from a proactive, long-term thinking perspective with a focus on equity, economic development, workforce housing, youth engagement resources and activities, and I reject that government and its necessary bureaucracy should be a no. Far more often, it should be a how. And inaction, as Kevin said, is a form of action and far more likely to be destructive over time. Westport's leadership has prioritized municipal infrastructure opportunities and management. And this includes improving and developing our municipal parks, including planning and developing of multiple new parks, notably being our skate park and pump track project that we're currently going through. Partnering with the state on Westport Light Park fits well with our agendas. I'd like to remind everybody that for all intents and purposes, perception is reality, and the perceptions that I hear regularly from constituents is that Westport Park is underutilized, accessibility is challenging, and the vast majority of the park is currently more or less of a nuisance than a usable space. This is in large part due to unmanaged invasive weeds, particularly Scotch broom, and less desirable human uses. As long as recorded history, this peninsula has been known as a place of shifting sands. This is a natural process, but it should be managed. It is a fallacy to assume that natural change is bad and that we can only experience erosion. Accelerated climate change and sea level rise is driven by human activity, and we have a responsibility to mitigate our destruction. Nourishing the beach and soft armoring should be considered to protect resources, and the residents of the state of Washington have put that in the hands of the commission. Related to the links course development, the public perception is that under state's management, the project is languishing at best or no longer active. Engagement and communication should be improved. This process appears to be unnecessarily slow. If that's not the case, then there's been a failure to manage expectations. A lack of active management resources, including usable public spaces for current and future generations, policies that are not firmly grounded in the law need to be scrutinized and addressed. This park must be developed for recreational use and in a way that protects native wildlife and plants. Delays are hurting the city of Westport, our businesses, and our residents. A concurrent EIS review would be beneficial and is encouraged. And I do have a plan B for Kevin. We would come to you and ask for a lot more money, a lot more resources to do something else. So this will be beneficial for all the residents of the state in that way. And just to kind of wrap up here, in the last couple of years, we've had 2 dune fires at both Westport Light and Twin Harbor State Park. We must do more to address the risks from both natural and recreational fires outside the allowed perimeters. This should include both educational prevention components, greatly improved enforcement, and management of Scott broom and other high-risk debris. Driftwood management and protecting it from recreational burning is also important as it provides habitat and necessary development and buttressing of the dunes and accretion cycles. I want to particularly acknowledge Miles Wenzel, area manager, and his staff for all of their efforts and willingness to engage with us. Of recent note, they addressed beach driving to protect sensitive ecology and life safety, as well as reducing the incidence of driftwood poaching. Thank you for the opportunity to share some personal and shared concerns. I appreciate the efforts of the staff and the commission to address the development of Westport State Park.
Mr. Shaw, did you have anything to add?
Oh, I'm sorting through what they might have missed, and a couple things I just wanted to hit on real quick. Most of you have heard from me before. Everywhere you hear the word Chehalis in the state of Washington refers to this piece of property. Chehalis is Cyclus and Cialius, which are the first people's names for shifting sands in place of sands. And Steve was spot on yesterday in his assessment that over time, this is one of the most human interdicted areas on the West Coast. And the building of dunes and trails and elevating the dunes artificially has created this area in the middle. I'm listening to discussions. I'm very environmentally friendly and aware, but I'm listening to areas where we're speaking about intercoastal dunes that I know firsthand because I'm the museum guy. I know the story of this property back into the 1800s and every step along the way. That we're talking about endangered pentagons or areas of concern that are previously just bulldozer scrapes from the state parks piling sand up at extra height to create the dune trail. The far end, I hear a story about worry about erosion. The north end is breached on multiple occasions, fully breached. I recently shared with staff this year the pictures of the 98 breach that fully breached the north end, including washing away the state park's restrooms. This has been going on out there for a long time. We have exact details of what that face looks like. We really feel like we're getting stuck. We're being held hostage by multi-agency rules and regulations that in many cases don't really do much to protect the natural character, and it's a perceived character that we have right now. What we really need is to have the story going forward on this property to be, we didn't ask for a golf course. I met with Don Hawk in 2015, then in 16 to discuss what we wanted to do as the owners of the lighthouse that this park is named after. And we were asked to respectfully participate in the RBA and the RCA development. I listened to Don at length on that. We've participated in that for quite a while. We've been watching it go together. It's that process that brought the golf course, is very likely. During this cycle, Westport at no time said, we want a golf course. The golf course was was the output of the process that the state parks created through asking us to follow along with RCA and RBA, which we've done very patiently. Recently, I write story. I write story and I track that property. I track all of our history on South Beach. You know, that we've been 3 years since the last kickoff meeting. And it really feels like as a small community that is trying to address its physical and economic resilience and development, we almost become held hostage by this process. And I would really ask that the commissioners understand that this is a unique property. We've been studied by multiple universities, by the American Alliance of Architects, as the unique location in the lower 48 states, representing every single resilience topic that they have to deal with. And we are a microcosm of all these things. And we see that in Westport. And this is a unique property. And I would ask that the commission energize and push this forward so that I don't care about a golf course. I think the golf course is golden. I think the golf course will be a story that everybody will rally around. But it wasn't about a golf course. It was about the state parks taking care of this property. It is very likely prone to a fire happening. It's a great fire danger. You didn't hear about that. You didn't hear about, I think, anywhere close to the extent of the issue of invasives within this property. It's been reviewed by other agencies who basically classify it as 60% invasive by nature. We have problems with actually the forestry of the trees. You're not hearing about that. I'd like you to take some of those things to heart as you look at our process going forward and the story to become this really great opportunity for the park. We love the parks. We don't want to have the story going forward being that we've been held hostage by state agencies.
We're going to have to bring this to a close, but I want to thank all of you for participating with us today, especially the three of you that made the effort to come over here. And Troy, we understand your circumstance and fully understand, but thank you very much. And we will see all of you on December 8th.
Thank you, Mark. We look forward to seeing you all. Going to be fun. Up the lighthouse. Get your shoes on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you again. So at this time, I'd like to ask Jeanette to come forward and we'll transition into our last formal presentation. As we do at all of our commission meetings now, we're going to be hearing our diversity, equity, and inclusion update. So it's not in the Wampum. Oh, so it's down. Is it the old restaurant? The Wampum restaurant? Used to be called. I took it from yesterday's presentation that it's probably a year before we'll be making a threshold decision, proceed or not. That would look.
If you can hear my voice, clap once.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Well, welcome again. I know this is your first presentation.
Yeah.
But glad to have both of you doing this. So who's going to kick this off? Jeanette or Melinda?
I'm going to kick us off and then we're going
A
to
little closer to the microphone.
I'm going to kick us off and then we're going to co-present as a team. So good afternoon, Chairperson, Commissioners, Park staff, members of the community. For those who don't know me, my name is Jeanette Chien. Pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And I'll pass it off to my colleague to introduce herself.
Good afternoon. I'm Melinda Posner, the Assistant Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. Pronouns she and her.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but did the volume go down? This lot just from our last panel and you, it's a much lower, harder for me to hear.
We will speak up.
Yes, we'll project.
Thank you.
So we are so excited to be here to share information about our ongoing DEI efforts. And this is our agenda for our time together. You're going to get a chance to know me a little bit more. We're also going to share some recent updates from the past month and beyond, as well as what's next for us. We'll also share a little bit about our strategic planning, and then we'll have time for questions at the end. But if you have a burning question that needs clarification, please do ask. So just to share a little bit more about myself, I identify as Asian American, first generation, person of color, very much connected to an immigrant culture and upbringing. So the picture on the top right is a little bit misleading because this was during a trip where my dad took us to see a national park. And I actually didn't go up growing to parks. So I have a newer relationship to the outdoors. I was scared of bugs. I was scared of being outside. I didn't have a waterproof coat until I was 30. And so I didn't have really any experiences related to traditional outdoor recreation, such as hiking, camping, biking. And the reason I was introduced to it was through my spouse, who taught me about gear, leave no trace, how to read trailblazes. And most of my experiences prior to that were elders doing Tai Chi in the park or eating food at pagodas. And so my conception of outdoor recreation is a little bit different. And so that's really what my role is rooted in, is really thinking about how do we create these accessible experiences for everyone and invite folks into those experiences and support them along the way, as well as to reframe what we think of when we say outdoor recreation. You know, what if outdoor recreation also means Tai Chi in the park or doing morning exercises and whatever that looks like for different types of communities. Professionally, I'm an educator. I worked in higher education and community-based nonprofit. I'm also a facilitator. In my education, I was a qualitative researcher, and I studied racial affinity groups for educators of color, as well as perceptions and experiences of Asian Americans in public parks. And lastly, I was a trained facilitator with the National Seed Project, which does anti-oppressive workshops through storytelling that connects our lives to systems of power, privilege, and oppression. So that's my soapbox moment. Recent updates.
Thank you. Recent updates. Right. We're going to do a little bit of tag team. How's that volume? Okay. Great. Okay. So it's such a pleasure to be joined by Jeanette and be able to carry on this work in partnership with her. We spent the last month onboarding her in everything DEI in terms of what currently we've been doing and maybe what we've been doing in the past, including a old cultural diversity policy that was developed maybe in 2013 or something. We have been tuning into the ins and outs with our own agency's peculiarities, as well as connecting her with many of our internal and external partners. So that's been the onboarding, and over to you.
We've facilitated 2 learning sessions with ELT so far around DEI. And the hope is that once ELT is fully staffed with our new hires, that we'll do a year-long series to support ELT to not just have these conversations amongst ourselves, but to lead those conversations with our respective teams.
We recently partnered with DFW, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Department of Natural Resources to host a documentary seeking to redefine the concept of outdoorsy and reclaim belonging for Black, Indigenous, and women of color. We also recently presented at the Washington Trails Coalition Conference. You heard a little bit about that earlier, but we partnered with the Washington State Parks Foundation and Washington Trails Association to present about our current efforts at state parks with DEI, as well as showcasing the Emerging Leaders Program and talking about the sign manual project that is an outcome from our studies last year, Parks for Diverse and Resilient Communities.
We also met with representatives for our business resource groups, or BRGs, and based on feedback from them, we are putting together a more deliberate strategy about how do we integrate BRG work into our agency's DEI work. And then lastly, pair team work, and we have a whole slide about pair team. And just a reminder, PAIR stands for Pro-Equity and Anti-Racism, as outlined in Executive Order 2204. The Office of Equity is directed to develop the PAIR plan and playbook to carry out this work throughout state government. And the overarching goal of PAIR is to reframe state government to work in a way that reduces disparities, including racial and ethnic disparities, and improve equitable and just outcomes for everyone in Washington now and for future generations.
So we're moving forward to bring together a PAIR team. We're directed to bring external and internal participants together, including those who have historically been impacted by agency decision-making. The Office of Equity directs the PAIR team to conduct an equity impact review, basically looking at the agency's business lines to identify where we can make the most, affect the most change really, and where we're going to make the most of our investments in DEI. So this slide summarizes the composition that we're planning for, though the actual numbers may vary depending upon the interest of participants. And so what we want to do is balance East and West, kind of look statewide. We also want to include a mix of, certainly internally, of different types of positions, different types of geographies, as well as different identities and levels of position in the organization. So that's just a look at what the composition goals are. And Jeanette's going to say a little more about how we'll recruit folks for the PAIR team.
So this is our application timeline for building a PAIR team. As you can see, November is very busy. We are developing our PAIR process and structure and working with ELT and soliciting feedback from the Office of Equity as well to inform our application process. And Melinda has met with other agencies as well to learn about how they're forming their PAIR teams so that we can learn about best practices. We're working on developing a compensation policy for community members who want to participate in PAIR team. And then we're also doing logistical things like what are the meetings going to look like? How do they make sure that they're a meaningful use of people's time? We are hoping to do an info session for folks interested in PAIR team. We'll release the applications hopefully in December and give folks about a month to fill them out. And during that time, we will do some internal equity impact review work, which we then can bring to the PAIR team for feedback and future guidance. And then develop a rubric for how we're evaluating these applications. And January, reviewing the applications, and then the goal is to start meeting with the PAIR team by the end of January, and then meet every month. And then the committees would likely meet more than once a month.
Maybe just add that to the Office of Equity. We've met with them a couple of times and talked about the PAIR team and our PAIR plan, and they've reminded us that it's great to start somewhere and you may need to make refinements as you go. So whether, we're looking forward to meeting monthly and we'll see how that goes, but being able to work with the PAIR team to determine what's going to work best in terms of that timing and cadence, length of meetings and meeting, times of day and that sort of thing.
So other project updates we'd like to share.
All right, the sign manual update, which we spoke about last time. I think at the time we were just getting ready to do the travel diary park visit. We had 10 to 12 folks of diverse backgrounds come to Dash Point State Park and do the travel diary, basically doing their observations about signage and wayfinding. And that now has been some of those same questions have been captured on an online interactive survey, which is available for folks to do so we can capture input from a broader audience. Folks are asked about how they conduct their trip planning, what kind of information is necessary to do that, And then they're able to drill down into the map of state parks and identify the parks that they visit, if they do, and do some of that same kind of wayfinding in the actual park to tell us what kind of messages are helpful or missing, or something that would be better to see so folks could enjoy their experience.
We also want to uplift some events from the Folk and Traditional Arts program. I believe last commission meeting, you all heard about the partnership event with the Latino Leadership Network to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. Another event that we'd like to uplift is we hosted First Sundays Outside, Sunday as in Sunday, like ice cream Sunday, at the Ramblewood Retreat Center in partnership with Golden Bricks Events. Some of the activities included intro to water safety, healing water-based trauma sessions, bird watching, communal meals, and art activities led by Quen. And so the two staff who are leading the Folk and Traditional Arts program are Michaela and Quen. So I just want to uplift their work. And they also did a workshop, a Theater of the Oppressed workshop. And I think what makes this event really special as well is that we utilized one of our environmental learning centers with a community partner. And I think this represents a really meaningful opportunity to build further relationships with community partners and support our shared goals of increasing visibility and access to our public resources.
In our Northwest Region, Assistant Region Manager John Keats is organizing a youth leadership program. And this would be a group of youths who will advise on projects and activities in Northwest Region parks.
Emerging Leaders Program. So yesterday, Owen and I snuck out and met with some folks from the Washington Trails Association. They have a cohort of emerging leaders who are all folks with marginalized identities, Black, Indigenous, people of color, and we are partnering with them to offer opportunities to shadow park staff. And they express particular interest in interpretation, stewardship, as well as youth engagement.
And No Child Left Inside, the application timeline for application deadline, just passed. And we have a record number of applications, 180 apps seeking
180 or
180, seeking 12 million in grant requests with a corresponding match, with the match adding up to 23 million. If all of those projects were funded, we'd be serving 145,000 youth, of which 69% are eligible for reduced lunch, 56% from Black, Indigenous, people of color, 17% English language learners, 21% youth with disabilities. Because of the high number of applications, and in particular in Tier 3, which is the tier where you can request the highest amount, and it's also the tier that is evaluated through presentations versus a written review. We're seeking some additional advisory committee members, including additional folks from state park staff, but also through other diverse community members, so that the workload of the evaluation process will not be too overwhelming. And those, the evaluation period will be from January to March. The written evaluations take place on folks' own time during that period. And then the in-person or virtual presentations will be February 8th and 9th.
Very exciting. So what's next for the DEI team? Next up for us is working on releasing the pair team applications. And just note that this is for internal agency staff at the moment, and we're going to do a modified process for community members with options to do phone conversations and invite folks to open hours to learn more about pair team. We're also doing some trainings and hopefully more to come. So tomorrow we're doing a training with the interpretive staff who are currently on their retreat in Camet Beach State Park. And we're doing a brief training with the Northwest area managers on December 8th. And we are continuing with the monthly learning sessions. We also launched 2 agency affinity groups, one for Black, Indigenous, people of color staff, and another for Two-Spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, plus staff, and hopefully more to come.
Some interested staff
members.
members.
Yes, we sent out the all staff email yesterday, and I already got more than a dozen folks interested. So that's really exciting. And it's encouraging to hear that this is a need that is being filled.
more about what's next, DEI strategic planning. So I've been very patient during my time as the interim DEI director, and now I feel like, okay, we're ready to roll. So we talked a little bit about the pair team, but there's a number of things that we'll be working on, creating a DEI framework that can align the work across the agency, supporting our teams and being able to integrate that into their work, clarifying roles and responsibilities, departmental collaborations and community engagement, cultivating internal and external partnerships, and having that work guided by the pair team.
So that was a lot of information. Do folks have questions, comments?
Well, excellent report. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and clear this screen so I can see Commissioner Dannenberg, please. Let me open it up for questions. Commissioner Bounds will start.
Yeah, just a couple. The No Child Left Inside applications. I assume a lot of those are previous applicants coming in for maybe continuing projects that were funded.
I'm sure some are. I can't tell you right now how many. You may also know that there was a new grant fund, the outdoor learning grant that RCO basically the funds were received by OSPI.
Yeah.
But RCO administered that, and so folks applied for that. Those who were eligible, and if they weren't funded there, they did apply for NCLI. But yeah, I would expect that there are some. But remember that there are the 3 tiers, and tier 1 is designed specifically for organizations who have never applied.
Great.
Yeah.
That was going to be my question. That there was some segregation for the new applicants. That's great. The second question I have is what is your how do you see the pair team functioning in relationship to your work over time? Once it gets established, once you get, developed a working relationship with them, what's your expectation over time for that connection between the staff, between our DA staff and the pair team?
Yeah, it's a really great question. Well, we envision having the pair team members divided into 2 umbrella categories of committees. So one that's more internal DEI within the agency, and the others external DEI for visitor diversity, making sure the parks are accessible, things like that. And also folks who could simply advise, who don't have time to be on the committee, and offer feedback. And truly, I think the heart of it is really, there's only 2 of us. And so we can't really keep our ear to the ground and hear about what's going on in all these different parks. And so the pair team informs the work that we do. They provide guidance because folks on the ground know what's happening on the ground, and they know what visitors are experiencing, and community members know their communities best. And so we figure it's both a feedback loop, and then it's also folks who want to be leaders of DEI within their own communities, and we can support that and what that looks like, whether it be reviewing business lines for policy or doing new programs and partnerships.
Yeah, I'll add that the equity impact review is something that's the assignment for the pair team, which I think can get supplemented by our pre-work or work during. And their other assignment is to develop the pair plan. So that is the pair strategic action plan for the agency. So at a minimum, I think Office of Equity is looking for at least 3 priorities. And so it could be that the larger group helps develop that strategic plan, and maybe depending upon the business lines that are identified as priorities, maybe there are a subcommittee or 2, and it's possible that the pair team could fluctuate or change over time. So I guess it's hard to predict exactly.
Is it, do you have a, this is my last question, sorry. Do you have a formal role for labor, for union members?
That's on the list of, I mean, when we've kind of done the first, okay, look at all the business lines of that term. So looking at each of our areas of business, and also the subs below that, because even, I mean, if you look at administrative services, you have contracts and procurement and financial services. So some of our programs have multiple, programs or disciplines within. Yes, I think that's something we would look at.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams has a question.
Thank you, Chair Brown. So welcome. Glad to see us moving forward in this area. It's pretty common in organizations that have decided to be intentional about DEI work that the governing body also do some training and work in that area. So I was just wondering if you all had ideas for this group.
I have lots of
Yes, you
ideas. But I think before jumping in, I'd want to hear what your needs and hopes are in regards to what we can offer the group.
In part, we didn't get into detail on the components of the strategic plan for DEI, but we expect that it would include a component or a bucket of training for staff and potentially, we're working with ELT already, but the commission as well. So, and our budget request has resources for additional staff to help with some of that training, as well as some consultant support to do additional training in this area.
Okay, I'll guess I'll finish up with the last question.
I think
Two parts to this. Commissioner Williams wrote a guest editorial that was published in the Columbian newspaper about 9 months ago on giving employers suggestions for how they can be more proactive on the DEI front. And one of her suggestions was internships. And so as I think about the last couple of months, a couple of reports we've had, and today again, I don't see that being discussed or reviewed as a possible strategy to help us. So I just asked that question. And then secondly, you mentioned in your presentation, and the director actually mentioned to me in an email, that there is this DEI learning session at the end of ELT meetings. I'm just curious what that looks like. I didn't ask her, so I'll ask you.
Well, Commissioner Dennenberg has a question as well, so I just want to note that. So there was two questions there, right? One was the internship program, and the second one was, what do ELT learning sessions look like? So I'm going to do the second one first and then go back. Okay. Is that all right? Okay. So what the learning sessions will look like, they're going to start with foundational tools about how do we have these conversations. So things like segments of self-knowledge, like how do we know what we know, which sounds elementary, but then also how is what we know informed by all of the systems and structures that we've been socialized into that are essentially systems of whiteness and systems of capitalism. And so the beginning parts of these learning sessions are really developing tools for critical analysis. And I use the word critical not to mean criticize, but critical as in the ability to look at a situation and see how it connects to all of this history and systems and power dynamics. And so that's the foundation for me for any kind of learning. And then over time, once we build that trust with each other, we'll start to dive into racial identity, gender identity, race as a system, systemic racism. We'll also talk about ableism, since that comes up a lot in the context of parks. And then together we'll kind of see what the group needs and adapt as it goes along. But we do have a foundation and structure for what the year is going to look like. As for what the two sessions have looked like, they've been based on a text by Layla Saad called Me and White Supremacy. And so we've spent some time as a group talking through, like, what does it feel like to read this book? What does it feel like to even hear terms like this and reflect on whiteness as a system? And it's been a vulnerable space. And I think that there's a lot of potential for learning and growth for our team. So that was.
And on the internship?
On the internship. Well, I was thinking about what Ty was sharing during the tour about how there was a high school student that came and was a park aide. Am I remembering right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
a park aide. And that student was really interested in stewardship and natural resources. And so we have been talking about what does it look like to create pathways for youth, specifically youth from marginalized communities, to enter the park system. And maybe they start as a park aide over the summer, but then they have that support and infrastructure to carry them through opportunities for growth professionally within the agency. And so it's all kind of ideas right now, but I think it's happening already with instances that Ty was describing.
As well as the Emerging Leaders Program is an opportunity to expose this cohort to state parks opportunities, and we'll be building in, we define what activities they'll do specifically with us during that period. Opportunities for them to, see positions and understand that pathway. And then the Youth Advisory Program also in the Northwest region that John Keats is starting also gives us that opportunity. I feel like kind of like community engagement, like these things are already happening. They're not, maybe haven't developed a framework to pull it all together and do it intentionally and be able to kind of share, within the agency so that we could develop it and expand it. So I guess that's a long answer, but I think
That's good. Okay.
it's going to be there.
So before we move on, Commissioner Dannenberg, there's a bar on the bottom of the visual I'm seeing, and I can't tell whether you have your hand up or not, so I don't want to pass over you. Did you have any questions or comments on this?
I did. So Commissioner Brown started to get to a little bit. I was looking at the pair team structure, and it looks like it was about 60-40 internal, external. And I was going to ask, do you envision that being sort of one group that's working together, or is it going to be like two separate groups? And then in terms of, are you going to be doing any outreach? So is it sort of a mix of sort of people just raising their hand, or are people like going to have like, our manager is going to try to be recommending people, or are you going to do specific outreach to different types of people? I'm sort of wondering how you're going to get those folks. And maybe just as a learning for us, I'm really curious, especially with this internal, external, how you're going to be sort of structuring your meetings. I think for us, because, this issue about sort of barriers and access, and that's kind of a challenging thing, right? Because it's like if you have people who, don't work for the agency, but then you're asking them in the middle of their workday, but then you ask people who work for the agency to be like, outside their workday. I'd be really curious to hear how you're balancing that, just because I think it's something that we face a lot. And again, just probably since we're sort of doing all of the questions at once, I'll just, welcome you. We're very excited to have you on board. I think, I'm really looking forward to, I don't want to sort of, I resist the temptation to be like, oh my gosh, there's all these things we need help with, come do all of them, recognizing that you're two people. But sitting there in that room, you could probably recognize that, there is a diversity issue. In state parks, I've significantly reduced the diversity by not being in the room myself by, big percentage, which is not good. And same thing on our, in terms of our public, right? We talked a lot about that Miller Penn meeting, which was so crowded. It was so many people. And I took a photo kind of from the dais and I posted it, and somebody quietly went to me and said, like, where was that? That was amazingly not diverse. And it's true. Like, if you look at it, I think, I'm not sure, there's certainly no Black people in that photo, and there's maybe only one or two people of color of hundreds of people in a room. And so I don't think that in terms of our public outreach, I mean, it's possible that maybe people of color in Washington State have no interest in state parks, but I do feel like maybe there's something about our structure or the way that we're doing things that we're not getting those voices. And so I'm really looking forward to that 40% that you have that's outside the agency, to really start to say, like, maybe, as I said, even if, their purpose is not necessarily specifically for us, to be able to inform us as well, even if it's indirectly. So I'm really excited about everything you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any comments in response to that?
So I'm going to go back to the beginning of how, right? So casting as wide a net as possible, and being open to making the invitation open to everyone. And that means maybe using some of our existing lists of affinity groups and partners that we already have, and kind of casting that net as wide as we can to get a real mix of diverse interests. and even reaching out to groups individually who we think would be interested and we would like to include. It's possible that it could break into two, but
Okay, good.
the Office of Equity Direction is that your pair team is a team of internal and external together. So at least for some time of their work, it will be a group that works together, and doing that equity impact review, I think is one of those areas for sure.
Yeah, and I guess the last thing I'll add is for recruiting externally, I think the heart of it needs to be we need to get out there and invite folks to come and join the conversation. And there are folks who have so much that they want to share. And so tapping into the area managers and the rangers who have developed relationship with community members, that's something we've had conversations with passionate community members who become staples of the parks community, even though they're not necessarily employees, and they know everybody there. And so starting with those and these different kind of routes that emerge in different places. So basically all of the strategies you just mentioned and hopefully more. And in terms of how we're going to run the meeting, we envision that the committees will be mostly working groups, and then the larger pair team will have to be extremely structured because we want to make sure that we're making use of people's time and it's not just one report out after the other.
Okay, we're going to take one more question or comment here and we'll bring this. Did you have another comment or question?
I have a bifurcated one question. So from a philosophical perspective, I see social justice and environmental justice being two sides of the same coin. Is environmental justice meant to be within the scope of what the pair groups are shooting for? And is it too early to ask for what the goals are, what these groups will be working towards?
I guess to answer the second part of the buy question, I don't know what that word was. I have to look it up. Is I don't know if we can say because we don't have our team together to inform that. I have some ideas, and I think absolutely environmental justice is part of social justice and diversity and equity work. I think so much of my understanding of environmental justice is environmental racism and growing up in cities. And so I see that there's a lot of possibility for reconciliation, reparation, restoring, both internally and healing, as well as externally with the lands around us.
All environmental chauvinism, but I think we're talking the same language.
Oh.
Thank you.
All right, great report. Thank you very much. We'll close out this item and move to our final agenda item other than wrap up, and that is staff reports. And I'm going to ask the director if you'll walk us through this, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Brown. So we're in a little bit different configuration today. And so none of the ELT have microphones. So I'm going to ask them to come on up to the front of the room. But just as a note, Communications Director Amanda McCarthy will be joining us virtually. And the new Parks Development Director, Heather Saunders, will not be joining us today for staff report because she's officially been in the position one day. So we're going to give her a break. She could talk about yesterday, but that's probably about it. I would like to start with our Administrative Services Director, Laura Holmes. I know Laura gave a financial update earlier today, but she probably has some other things that she would like to share as far as the division is concerned. So Laura, would you like to kick us off?
You bet. I'd love to. So to start off with the 23-25 budget we were talking about earlier. Am I still not close enough? I feel so loud. Okay. Am I good? Okay. With our 23-25 budget that we have been very engaged with OFM, and John Snyder has been on meetings that we've been a part of. And so we're taking the opportunity to respond to questions and discuss our decision packages. And we talked a bit about during my presentation, the general fund kind of state of what we think will happen in 23-25. But I will say for sure that the staff that we've been working with at OFM are very engaged and have been very supportive of our budget and really promoting parks. So it is great to be working with the team that we're working with. And then Diana also mentioned during her staff report that a lot of comments and questions coming back from staff is related to wanting to, know more about our budget and dive into that. There are a couple of current opportunities through the commission summary that is sent out, which Communications Office does a great job of providing, as well as through our, ELT communications that we're now doing. I'm trying to provide budget, but we'll also be looking towards future opportunities for like all staff meetings or joining other division staff meetings so that we can, provide the information they're looking for. Me being a data person and loving data, I enjoy the opportunity, and I know my budget team does too, to go and share the details that not every you don't always get asked to share. So it'll be exciting. I also met with the real estate staff. So having been at Parks for about 15 years, I'm very familiar with many of the programs, but there are some in Parks Development that I'm just not as familiar with what they do. I've not worked with them as closely in the roles that I have been in. So I met with Nikki Fields, was able to learn more about what the real estate team does, and met the members of the team. Was also a great opportunity to learn how technology and some of the business processes that they have could come together in a better way to improve and streamline some of their processes. And additionally, have met with a few region managers over the last couple months and talked with them about ways that technology can support the telework environment and improve some of the processes that we have there. With that, we do have currently underway a couple of processes for improving technology. One of them is our telephony. I got to say that right. So that interacts with our Microsoft Teams and replaces our desk phone. And I keep saying it just blows my mind because I see this phone ringing on my computer and I'm looking around. It's like, oh, that's right. I've got to answer with my headset. And it's a very different concept for me, having grown up with a landline. But it is working very well. Mahar has actually been instrumental in making that changeover and that transition. He's helping get all employees moved to that, which will make it much easier to get a hold of everyone through Microsoft Teams. Another project we have in progress is our ability to get electronic signatures. So Microsoft offers some opportunity, but we're looking into a more robust system. So hopefully we'll have some more information on that early in 2023. Along the lines of IT and technology, we also had a security audit for the OCIO, or Office of Chief Information Office standards. There were 268 standards and 104 verifications. All of those were audited and reviewed, and we were in compliance with all. So it's a great shout out for the IT security team and the work that they have been doing. And then our state auditor was also here, and they have completed their audit. So we have a couple of months until we'll have that report, but they are wrapping up and they are done with their audit. So that has been something that our teams, the financial services and our budget teams, are very heavily involved in providing any and all records that they need, information, answering questions, meeting with them weekly. So it is a additional staff, but it's a great opportunity. And we really do look at that as making sure that our processes are all in line and in place, and our teams do a great job of being transparent about what we're doing so that we can improve where we need to improve. As Diana also mentioned, attending the Lean conferences, I did attend a few of those sessions. I really enjoy many of the speakers that have been at those conferences lately, and one of the things that I, really like is to keep up to date kind of on topics. And so it can get challenging after a while because you feel like you've attended that conference, so but it was really great to hear fresh perspectives and be able to start integrating that even with my team. So we held on November 7th, we held a direct reports basically 2023 planning, where we were incorporating discussions around leadership because, my direct reports also have their leaders and their managers that we're working with and mentoring. And then employee engagement in general, as we also are looking to 2023 and beginning to discuss what does that look like and what are the deliverables and that we need to work on. And so it was a really great meeting to be able to incorporate some of the trainings I had been at and some of the research and just work with a team that is really been in leadership for quite a number of years and is a dynamic team. And I'm really looking forward to 2023. So we will be putting together our information that we're, working towards, and then aligning that with the commission and the agency 2023 plan. And then on November 10th, we held our division staff meeting. So this meeting was we actually did our budget update. We talked about, Mahar did a great demo of telephony. We had Stephanie come and she did her brand road show, and did a fantastic job helping our staff to really connect with the new logo and the meaning behind it. And so that was a great presentation and a good time. It was really great having all the division staff together. Even though it was virtual, it is something you realize how much you miss that interaction. And it was great. I think for everyone, the feedback that I heard for everyone that was a part of the meeting, they enjoyed the ability to kind of chat and talk and be a part of something as a larger group. So we'll be doing more of those in 2023. And then lastly, our contracts, grant, and procurement manager has been filled. So you may have seen that, but just want to announce that Dylan Davis Bloom, very excited to have him on board and a part of the contracts group and in our financial services. So that is it.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to switch focus here for a moment and move over to Deputy Director Sternbach and have him give us an update.
You know, I walked back too soon. Not too much. I actually have been up traveling in Canada for most of the last month. Commissioner Brown, I was looking at your slide with Antelope. Was it Antelope State Park? I was at Elk Island National Park up in Edmonton, which oddly enough, both of those parks are famous for bison. I thought that was interesting. And I was also able to spend some time at Jasper National Park, which is just really beautiful while up there. Otherwise, really, as you know, we've been working through mostly just transitions with staff right now and in Parks Development. Very excited to have Heather on with us, and she'll get started here toward the end of the month. And I think we'll have a lot more to report coming back in January.
Great, thank you so much. I would next like to call on our Stewardship Director, Lisa Lance.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I guess I will say that a big emphasis since we last met in stewardship has been really focusing on training. So historically, the agency had a stewardship certification program. I say historically, it's never completely disappeared. It's just that the result of the outfall of the Great Recession with lack of funding and staffing has really put it on pause in a lot of ways. So we've been spending a lot of effort focusing on how are we going to reboot stewardship certification training. So for those of you who may not be familiar with it, stewardship certification training was conceived of back in the late 90s to try and bring balance to agency training. We have had a lot of focus on law enforcement training, and we wanted to make sure that we were providing training for staff on other subjects as well. And so the training has historically consisted of 6 classes: cultural resources, principles of historic preservation, East Side and West Side ecosystems, interpretation training, and then a recreation, resource recreation class that has largely focused on trail maintenance. These classes have happened somewhat sporadically over the last decade. And so we're really working on revamping them, updating them to make the best use of new technologies. For example, we just had our first East Side ecosystems training probably in 10 years at the end of September. And we chose to do part of that training via Teams. Some of the lecture elements we did remotely so that folks wouldn't have to be out of their parks for as long. And then we did the in the field, on the ground work in person. We're currently planning for certification classes next year. We hope to have at least 3, including an interpretation training, West Side ecosystems, and then we're looking at combining all of our cultural resources into one training. So historic preservation, artifact management, and archaeology and other cultural resource elements all into one training in the fall. So that's been a big focus. We are also having an introductory resource management training the last week of this month. That we were hoping to target new employees, which we have a lot of those. I've also had 30-year employees reach out and say, can I come? And so it hadn't occurred to me when Becky and I were working together on reserving rooms that we'd need a lot. But I keep getting emails even today from people saying, oh, can I sign up for the Tacoma class? And sadly, who knew a room accommodating 100 people would not be enough? But it's not. So we have 100 people at our Tacoma class. And right now we have about 38 people in our Wenatchee class after that. So looking at maybe needing to provide some additional training opportunities later in 2023 for that introductory class, because there seem to be a lot of people. We have so many new employees that are really thirsting for information, I think. So we will be looking to do more of that in 2023. I have been working for, dare I say, the last decade with King County at Saltwater State Park, looking at a major shoreline restoration and day use redevelopment project. We had a legislative tour with Senator Kaiser there in October, looking at funding opportunities and seeking her support potentially for moving some funding opportunities forward on that, particularly related to I always forget what ESRP stands for, Estuary and Salmon Restoration Program grant. So that project is moving forward. We currently have funding at Saltwater to move us from 30 to 60% design for that project. And we are seeking grant funds to carry us forward to 100% design with the ideal goal of being able to move to construction in 2026. As our maintenance staff mentioned yesterday, there's actually a fair amount of overlap between stewardship and maintenance. Our staff works with our maintenance folks as well as capital on a lot of different things. I wanted to give a quick shout out for those of you who were on the commission tour back in whatever month it was when we were at Cape Disappointment. You were able to tour the North Head Lighthouse. And Alex McMurray, our historic preservation planner, just told me that we have completed the preservation work on that. So that is, again, nearly a decade worth of work for Alex. So that was an exciting thing to be able to say, we did it. Another thing we've been working on closely with maintenance staff has been our programmatic agreement with DAHP. So Governor's Executive Order 2102 calls for us to consult with DHP and the tribes on potential effects of projects proposed by state-funded construction or acquisition. We have an existing programmatic agreement with DHP for 2102's predecessor, Governor's Executive Order 0505. We're looking to update that, and part of what we're looking to do is find places where we might have exemptions, things that don't have to go through the full consultation process. So we've been working with maintenance staff to identify things like that, such as roof replacements. We don't believe that the tribes are probably interested in consulting with us on those projects, but we also don't want to make those assumptions and speak for the tribes. So we have pulled together a revised programmatic agreement that we're going to be sending out to DHP for review, and we're hoping that this will help to streamline our regulatory process for a lot of projects. On the climate adaptation front, we did receive proviso money in the supplemental to move forward with the shoreline study that looking at impacts of sea level rise of shoreline structures and overwater structures. We have a consultant on board for that right now, and we hope that one of the outcomes of that process will be data that we can use for planning moving forward, so that we can have a better understanding about what things are going to happen and we can plan accordingly with climate adaptation. Ryan Carlson, our climate and sustainability coordinator, has begun engaging with staff across the agency to look at places. How do we incorporate both greenhouse gas reduction and climate adaptation throughout the agency so that we can mainstream our existing climate adaptation plan? he's engaging in a couple of specific planning processes, Miller Peninsula and Fort Flagler. And Fort Flagler is an intersection of a lot of things that we're going to have to figure out as an agency. We have mandated greenhouse gas reductions. We're supposed to cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 95% from 2005 levels by 2050. So that works out to about 3% a year. And so we really need to think about, so for thinking about building new buildings, for example, we're addressing the transportation issues, which are sort of the low-hanging fruit, but we have a lot of buildings in our portfolio. So if we look at building new things, those are going to increase our carbon footprint. So we really need to be looking at things holistically. And the Fort Flagler planning process is looking at World War II buildings that are probably not very energy efficient. And so having a discussion, part of that, how this all comes together in terms of really honoring our commitment to historic preservation, as well as how we roll that into dealing with our carbon footprint as well. I have also been meeting with my direct reports on some planning. And one of the things that we're really looking into is identifying agency processes and decision-making and how stewardship fits into that in terms of what is our role, how and when do we provide information, and who are the ultimate decision makers on various things that go on regularly in the agency. And so that's something that we are going to be looking at engaging others in coming up in 2023, hoping to make processes more efficient and also just more satisfying, I guess I would say, to a lot of internal stakeholders. And then just one last thing that I will share. Lots of times we do projects and you're like, well, that looks kind of pretty. I'm not sure if it made a difference. You know, it's not always clear. But under the federal fish passage injunction, we have had requirements to fix our fish passage barriers. And we did much of that work by the end of 2016, but we still have occasional barriers that we discover. And we are just finishing up a barrier repair project at Tolmie State Park. We finished the in-water work, and I'm happy to report that pretty much immediately upon removal of that barrier, we found juvenile salmon in that stream. So it was a real feel-good project.
Before you stop and turn to the next person, I just want to say, I think everyone in the room was at the program on Monday. Are you not going to mention your success in finding a Z?
Well, you know, Commissioner Brown in his presentation talked about state parks A to Y, and he hadn't been able to come up with a Z word. So I was happy to try and come up with something for him. Eelgrass, which is a really important salmon species, habitat species in our intertidal zone. Turns out the scientific name for that is Zostera marina. So there's his Z.
What are the... I think I would prefer a zip line, but that's all right. Thank you for that, Lisa. Sorry.
Thank you. No, you're fine. I'm just glad it wasn't zebra mussels. But I would like to next call on our operations director, John Crimmins.
Good afternoon. I also was looking for a Z. I noticed that the name of the company that handles the dumpsters starts with a Z. I can't remember what it is. Hers is probably better. But, you know, I was looking. So yesterday you got to hear a great report, I'd say, from the maintenance folks, from some of our maintenance leadership. We're just really proud of where that program has come in the last several years, just how we've been able to see it grow. And Director Dupuis and I have been able to get out and meet quite a few folks out in the field, maintenance folks out in the field, some of our new hires. And yesterday, 2 days ago, when the maintenance team was here getting ready for their presentation and kind of working their courage up to get up in front of everybody, because that's not necessarily their favorite thing to do. I had a chance to talk with them for about an hour. And one of the questions I got to ask them is, what happened to all the grouchy curmudgeon maintenance guys that we used to have out in the field? because everybody I meet is just so nice. And I bring that up because I just think it's a real testimony to the people that we've hired here, that leadership team that you saw just yesterday. They're just doing a fantastic job. One of the things that this year they're bringing back is the maintenance conference. We haven't had a maintenance conference in a few years because of COVID. So there will be a maintenance conference March 6th through 9th of 2023. And the conference will be in Bellingham again. And I'm sure you all are invited to come and join us. I know some of you did in the past. It's a good time. It'll be all of our trade staff will be invited to that. Our health and safety program has been working hard to really increase the safety of the working environment in parks, and it's paying off. Our agency has made significant improvement during the last 18 months in reducing the number and costs of injuries. Our October 2022 claims report shows that our experience modification rate, or EMR, is currently 0.9649. And what that means, if you're not familiar with the EMR, is that our rate is below what is expected for an employer with similar exposure. So that's a 1.0. And Parks has gone from a high of 1.44 in 2020, now down to a 0.9649. So it's a huge improvement, very, very much needed. Commissioner Dannenberg talked about winter storms, and Whidbey Island and winter storms. Well, just across the water from her over in Kama and Camano, we had a pretty significant winter storm event there. We've had them sort of here and there throughout the system. Even while we were sitting here this morning talking about winter storms on Whidbey Island, I think Commissioner Dannenberg was talking about it. I got an email that we needed to close Canasket, Palmer, and Nolte State Park today due to high winds and debris falling. But that one at Camano and Kama earlier, several trees fell down, blocked the roads, cut power. A tree actually hit one of the cabins, the historic cabins there, and did some damage. It blocked folks into the park, so they weren't able to get out. And so we had to call in park staff and the arbor crew to come and actually cut people out of the park. No one was injured, and in fact, they got to sit in the Kama Center and have hot beverages served by the staff. So I don't know if that's a benefit, and maybe they'll look for a storm next year to come back to so that they can get free hot cocoa. But we made the best of it there, and the staff did a great job. The arbor crew did a great job of getting us back on track there. So we are gearing up for our 12th annual first day hikes. This year it'll be Sunday, and it's January 1st, of course, in 2023. The hikes have been a very popular attraction. They bring in new and returning visitors each year. This year we have 33 parks hosting 42 hikes. 2 hikes are specifically focused for small children. 2 are bike rides, 5 snowshoe hikes, and 10 are all new hiking options. Last year we had a large amount of snow and ice in Western Washington, which led to some hikes being canceled because of visitor safety, and ultimately led to a lower participation level. Even so, we hosted 25 hikes with about 300 participants in total, who hiked a grand total of 588.5 miles, which seems like a lot. If the weather cooperates this year, we expect that we'll be close to 2,000 participants statewide. I'm not sure how many miles that'll equate to, but probably a lot. Also this year, each year we give out a button to commemorate the first day hike, and this year it will feature the new logo. Just another tidbit of fun information. Our very first all electric vehicle showed up in Belfair area. So it's the first of 4 that will be showing up. Our area manager, Joel Pillars, took it upon himself to give the truck its trial run. In the first 10 days that he had the truck, Joel put on 450 miles. And he tells us that on a 97% charge, the truck can go about 200 miles. I don't know if he did that all in one run or if he split it up over a few days. We also put a new charging station in at Kopachak, and there will be another one added to Belfair. So this is just, the beginning of adding several electric vehicles throughout the state. Joel's very proud of it. So if you are in the Belfair area, he'll give you a ride. He's excited about the torque that the truck has. So anyway, just go out and visit Joel, get a ride. The last thing I have is just the hiring situation in ops. So for the last however many months it's been since I've been in this position, I've had the opportunity to oversee 3 different positions worth of direct reports, which has been a lot of fun. Laura Holmes left me early on and went over to her new position, and Ed Gerard had left just before I came in. So the operations division manager position has been vacant, and the operations support manager position has been vacant. Well, last week I had the opportunity to interview for the division manager position, and I found a great candidate. So they will be coming on hopefully by January 1st. We'll be making that announcement soon. And then the other one, Diana, Director Dupuy, started me out pretty good on that one. But if you don't know, the old Laura Holmes position will be filled by Becky Daniels. So she'll be coming over to help us out in operations, which I think is pretty great. Diana said she's stepping down, and I think supposed to have an easier job. And I'm not so sure about that part of it, but I think it'll be an enjoyable thing to have
Extensive
Diana
background check.
Yes.
There's a significant background check going on right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. All right, speak of the devil, I guess. Let's call up our Human Resources Director, Becky Daniels.
Gee, all those nice
My
things
last
you said
report,
about her earlier.
I think. Just to follow up to a couple of my my teammates here and things that they were talking about. John talked about the experience factor for our L&I claims. We're going to take some credit to in HR. It's a really important number because it affects our premium for L&I costs. And so when it's below 1, that means we're paying less than average. When it's 1.4, and we've had some very high experience factors over the years, we're paying a lot more for our premiums, which actually has an impact on each and every employee because they part of their premium too. So it's a really important number. One of the things I did a couple of years ago is the management of those claims, because we have a lot of them. They definitely have dropped over the last couple of years, and that's great news. Way to go, health and safety. But managing the claims and keeping the cost of the claims down is a really vital part of that too. And we have a contractor that I brought on board a couple of years ago who does that for us because it's a huge body of work, very complicated, and she's got an amazing background and skill set. It's just somebody I happened to know who then went out onto their own shingle many years ago. A retired state employee, but she has been totally banking in on this program where if we keep people at work when they're injured and have them do modified duty, we get money back from L&I. So since she started with us, we've recouped over $400,000 from that program, way exceeding the cost of the contract. So that's in addition to bringing our premium down. So we're kind of, this is going really, really well. And she's taken on some very complicated claims, working, through the legal parts of it with appeals processes. And so that's those two pieces working together, the prevention and then the follow through, has really made the program significantly different than it's ever been in our agency. I wanted to follow up on the great presentation by Jeanette and Melinda on DEI and mention a couple of other things. The question about the internships, that's one area where we just have not had sufficient staffing in HR. People over the years, more and more ideas about internships for various reasons. And by hook or by crook, we get some of that done. But then also conversations about reaching out to the community. I believe this is still accurate. The decision package we submitted for 23-25 around DEI includes both a position specifically for pathways to help us build more structured pathways for everybody, and really focusing on marginalized communities, and then also community engagement ambassadors. So that, we as with everything, if you put more time and energy into it, we can probably do more with it. So I'm super excited about that. Some great things are happening despite that. So that's great news. One other thing about DEI, and I know I brought this up before, but I'm really proud of our agency's commitment to getting all of our permanent employees in the tribal relations, the government-to-government training through the Governor's Office of Indian Affairs. My team has been responsible since fall of 2019, and of course then it fell away for a while with COVID. But this year alone, we've trained over 200 permanent state parks employees in that training, and I think it's a very foundational DEI training because so many of us
Maybe it's changing, but certainly somebody of my age did not know the true story about Native American history and, in this country. And when you have somebody who has such a different, to have Gordon James up front there talking and his wife talking about their world and their perspectives, it is the best way to learn that your experience is not the same as everybody else's. And that's just a foundational part of all of this stuff. So I'm excited about that. So just two things I want to talk about beyond those little updates. If you were at the planning meeting, and I think all of you were last December, including Commissioner Williams as a guest there, when asked what our work plan in HR was for the coming year, it was hiring, and more hiring. And that is exactly what we've been working on. And of course, there's a million other things always going on in HR, but and we've done this. We lost our key recruiter, Amy Zerflew, earlier this year. I was lucky enough to get a couple of new positions in HR. Thank you, Director. But we've hired 2 new recruiters, one to replace Amy and then another position. But we have overseen the hiring of about 190 permanent employees this calendar year alone. And that is, obviously we had 80 new FTEs. This biennium, we had 36 people we lost to the vaccine mandate. And then we had higher than average turnover, as most employers have been experiencing. So 190 permanent employees, about 350 non-perm, which is pretty much what we do every year. There's been a lot of activity, including a lot of executive level, management level positions, HR positions, rangers. I believe we might still be at 19 for the year, which is amazing. Many law enforcement organizations are struggling. I was just in a meeting this morning with HR directors from other law enforcement organizations, and state patrols, candidate pools have reduced by, I heard that they have gone from averaging 400 applications a month to 80. We don't seem to be experiencing that same thing. And I credit a lot of that to, we're a very, very different law enforcement organization, but so we've been really successful in hiring 19 rangers this year. That's a record. Some of the more challenging positions, and you heard from Ryan Layton yesterday about our trades positions and how those have been difficult. And that is one area. He talked a little bit about in training yesterday, and because the question came up about apprenticeship programs. We are really going after that so we can grow our own. Instead of looking around at our parkades and our senior parkades, it's also a great way to get more diversity in those ranks, because we're just hiring people off the street. Traditionally, you aren't going to see a lot of women, a lot of people of color in those groups. So we are trying that out. And again, one of those things where if we didn't have the number of the supervisor role that came out in Mike's plan for relining operations and having maintenance supervisors out there, if we didn't have that kind of staffing and support out there, we wouldn't be able to train people. But now we're getting there. So we're going to be using that more regularly. Engineering, and in some of our other programs and our capital programs, we're still struggling, but we keep trying to find good ways to do that. I think you may have even heard from Tuesday when Ty Lubking, Park Ranger 3 in Sharon's area, talked about the work that they've been doing to find parkades. Sharon's area is probably one of the most difficult ones we've had over the years in finding enough candidates. And we've really continued to refine that approach. My team's working really, really closely with operations managers, every area manager, thinking through what is the strategy here. You heard that if we don't have housing for those folks, it makes it really difficult. Ty's story was great yesterday to hear, or Tuesday, about hearing about going into the schools and finding young people who, want maybe an interesting job and then maybe a path. I confirmed this morning that, Bridgeport is in Douglas County. Douglas County, the 2021 census was about 34% Hispanic. I don't know the demographics for the city of Bridgeport itself, but I was told this morning that all of the parkades that they hired at Bridgeport this last year were Hispanic. And, that's just telling us how we can connect with our communities and get into the schools and start bringing these people along and build the pathways. So great stuff going on there. The other thing I wanted to talk about besides hiring was teleworking. So we have for quite a while here. Of course, we've had lots of change in our leadership and our organization. So we've been a little bit behind some of the other agencies, but sorting out what is our approach as an agency to remote work for people to work from home. People have been working from home because of COVID to one degree or another. Our office workers, many of them have that ability. We finally got a policy out the door, gave it to the union. They didn't choose to bargain it. We developed new forms. We developed new standards. We went through a position by position analysis for all of our office-based workers. This is obviously not something most field workers would have the option to do. I'm still working with John to think through what that might look like for some of the field staff, like managers or folks who can do some project work at home. But we launched that several weeks ago, and we are now working through that. And it really does vary in our agency. In my team alone, I have positions that can pretty much full-time telework, we say it's close to full-time. But I also have positions that I really need to be in the office 4 days a week. So we'll see how that all goes. This is a big experiment, a big adventure, right, Director? It's been an interest, lots and lots of conversations around this. And of course, what comes next for us is the analysis. So we're working through agreements. I'm sorry. We've done the position by position analysis. Employees can choose as to how much of that eligibility they want to tap into, and they aren't required to telework. So somebody might have the ability to telework, 4 days a week, but they still may want to come to the office. A lot of agencies have chosen that approach. We don't want to make it mandatory that they telework just because they can. Everybody has a lot of variables in the world that might make it not work for them. So once we get all the individual agreements back, we're going to be pulling that all together for Laura Holmes. I'm so glad to get to pass this off to her, where we'll be looking at our space setup in our buildings. Office of Financial Management has established a standard that state employees, if they're not working in an office in the building, agency building, at least 60% of the time, they should not be granted their own workstation. They don't get to come and have like their stuff there. They will be in a drop-in or some type of a shared workstation setup. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us as we sort through this, and it ties in nicely with some conversations with our lease in the Tumwater building ending at the end of 2023. But so that's been a giant pile of work that we've gone through this next step, and I think employees are relatively pleased. Most of them got to keep doing what they've been doing and are liking it. So yes, Commissioner Milner.
So I can see how you can rate a position for work at home, but how do you rate individuals for their ability to work at home?
How do we what them?
Rate
them?
individual fitness to work at home. Not everybody's cut out to work at home.
That is true. And so some of the other work we have ahead of us is more intentional training of supervisors and thinking about that. We don't have a lot of jobs where you just count what somebody does. I mean, I was talking to Laura earlier today about, I used to work in employment security, and way back then, which is 10 years ago, they had their adjudicators, their claims adjudicators working from home, but they have very tight standards for production. These are just production kind of standards. We don't really have that. And so it gets way trickier. We worked really carefully to develop clear standards for accountability and communication and availability, so that our internal and external customers can still reach these people. So in that regard, I don't know if it'll end up being that much different than, if you did just see somebody in their seat, so I don't know if the management of the people is still looking at the quality and the quantity of their work, but it is a very different world. Fortunately, we have some folks on the team who are really, been working on this well, Amanda McCarthy being one of those. And so we have some more work ahead of us to make sure our supervisors and managers have good toolkits to do it as best as they can, but it is a brave new world for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Owen Rowe, our Director of Policy and Governmental Affairs.
All right, thank you, Director. Commissioners, good afternoon. Just wanted to start out with a little update on legislative session that'll be beginning in January. We're going to be starting the 105-day session where the legislature writes the state budgets for the next 2 years. We recently had an election about 10 days ago. It feels like a month ago. And both the House and Senate, both the state House and Senate in Olympia will continue to have Democratic majorities over the next 2 years. And also, it's paired with quite a few retirements over the course of the year, plenty at the end of legislative session last year. So we're going to be meeting a lot of new legislators that are going to be joining us in Olympia. So we're heading into the 68th legislature here. And some of the big news that we'll be hearing in December is about leadership positions. So both the House and Senate Republican and Democratic caucuses will be getting together to determine who's in positions of leadership, who's the chair of the committees. And so there's a lot of unknowns heading into that, but we will be getting some more information in December. As far as state resources go, we're beginning to see revenue cool down just a little bit, but the state's economy is still really strong. And job growth is outpacing projections. There was an economic and revenue forecast this week, and the state general fund is up about 157 million, which is kind of less than what we've seen over the last few years. And that's been since the September forecast, and it's up over 280 million from the original forecast. Now, in the context of a $65 billion biennial general fund budget, you can see that's fairly marginal, but we're at least on track with projections. As Director Holmes mentioned, we're both hearing similar stories. We're in some of the same meetings together. We're hearing that from the governor's office and from legislative leaders that the maintenance cost of state government is beginning to outpace revenue, and that there's not going to be much general fund capacity available for new initiatives or new investments over the next couple of years. So we're anticipating pretty high competition for new operating budget funding, especially from the state general fund. And there's a similar story for the state capital budget. While the capital budget is healthy as well, the debt limit is based on spending, and spending is as high as it's ever been. There's a few large investments that the legislature is going to need to make in the capital budget, not the least of which is a new Western State Hospital, which we're hearing would be around $600 million, and that takes a pretty good chunk out of that $4 billion capital budget for the next 2 years. So as we've talked about, our primary focus over the next legislative session is really going to be to focus on the budgets and to see if we can get the best outcome that we can possibly get for state parks. And I'm feeling pretty good that we'll get a good attention to our budgets, but I'm not managing expectations here. I'm not sure we're going to be able to walk away with 100% funding, but we'll work to get that like we always do. As Chair Brown mentioned earlier, we've got a commission meeting coming up in January in Olympia. It's a great opportunity to meet with legislative leaders as well as Governor Inslee. So I'm working with my staff right now to kind of coordinate and organize some of those meetings so that we can do kind of a lobby day in Olympia on that Tuesday of Commission Week. The state and the federally recognized tribes just participated in the Centennial Accord. That was last week of October, and it's an annual meeting between the federally recognized tribes and the state. This is really a unique meeting in Washington. I'm not aware of any other state that has anything similar. And it's really an opportunity for the state agencies and tribes to meet, to have some conversations, to discuss issues facing the tribes and how we can work more effectively together. Over the last couple of Centennial Accord meetings, the tribes have requested that the state set up a task force with the other state land management agencies, parks, WDFW and DNR, as well as with tribal participation to assess the recreational impacts to natural resources and best practices to manage them in accordance with reserved tribal treaty rights. So in response, the three agencies, we've been working together over the spring and summer to develop operating budget requests to support this work. And these complementary funding requests include funding for the agencies to apply new methodologies to assess the use of state lands and identify where recreation is impacting ecological condition. And in these hot spots, Funds would be used to pilot ecological integrity assessments, monitor recreational impacts, and apply adaptive management principles to assure appropriate long-term protection of natural resources. I participated in this discussion of tribal treaty right concerns and the three agencies' approach with Chairman Chris Peterson from the Squaxin Island Tribe and Councilwoman Katie Bizayevia from the Stillaguamish Tribe, as well as with Public Lands Commissioner Franz and Cynthia Wilkerson from WDFW at the CORD meetings. There were good conversations, and the tribes were buoyed to hear that we were interested in working with them on that. As always, there's lots of legislative interest from legislators and our partners in state parks. So we've been having quite a few conversations about different ideas that are out there. This is a normal part of legislative session. As Director Chien mentioned, we're beginning the Emerging Leaders Program. That was a program that the legislature invested in last year as a partnership with the Washington Trails Association to basically support a cohort of 6 young people that will be doing trail work at the parks, learning trail techniques, and is also doing some job shadowing with state parks. And we're looking forward to having that be part of kind of our recruitment for new employees, new young talent into the agency. Jeanette and I met with a couple of very impressive young people yesterday, a woman named Angelique and another a woman named MJ. We had a great conversation. They seemed to be very enthusiastic, very competent. So really look forward to working with them on engaging throughout this program. As I'm sure you're aware, we run a pretty big federal grant through our boating program called the Clean Vessel Act program, and this is funding to local governments and public and private marinas to provide infrastructure to keep sewage out of the nation's waterways. And we're having conversations with the Puget Sound Keepers and the Recreation and Boating Association of Washington about interest in state support for the program to increase capacity, especially in light of the no new discharge regulations in Puget Sound. And then I had a caucus staffer reach out to me earlier this week about interest in one of the members of the House Republican caucus in setting up an Adopt a River program in the state, and we'll be participating with WSDOT and some other agencies on conversations around that. Committee assemblies coming up right around the corner, right after Thanksgiving. And so on December 2nd, we've been invited to the Community and Economic Development Committee. We'll be having a conversation with David Blanford, the Executive Director of the Washington State Tourism Authority. And Director Dupuy and I will be there to talk a little bit about increased visitation, the effect of Washington State parks on the state's economy, and some of our budget and legislative priorities. We're also working on the America 250 Committee. The 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence is in 2026, and preparations are already underway for the state's approach to the national commemoration. State Parks was named as a voting member of the committee by the legislature, and we are working with Lieutenant Governor Heck and the State Historical Society and other state agencies to begin preparations for developing civics, education, and events to memorialize our history and better understand our democracy. So lots of work going on there. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Owen. Finally, we've already heard from Director Chien. So finally, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen and have our Communications Director, Amanda McCarthy, join us.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see you all again. There is a lot happening in the comms division, but for the purpose of today, I will tell you the main reasons why I'm not there in person, because I'm sure all of you have just been sitting there thinking, why is Amanda not there in person? So the biggest reason is, we mentioned this at the last commission meeting, but we are doing a brand roadshow. And so myself, Stephanie McDermott, and Carrie Murphy have been traveling all around the state. They have gotten copious amounts of car time with me. Feel free to check in with them on how they feel about that. But we are traveling all around to meet with staff, and we're talking about the comms division in general, as well as the evolution of our brands, and Carrie's talking about some of the programs that she manages. And it's been a really, really positive experience. It's well worth the drive and the time away from the office to meet with staff and engage in these conversations. And the really, really awesome thing about this is we've had numerous folks come up to us afterwards thanking us and also telling us, I was a little bit skeptical about this work when I heard about it. And now that you've explained the process and how we got to where we are, I'm super stoked, and I feel really proud to wear this new logo and all of the implications as to what that means. So we've gone to Spokane and turned around the next day, did 2 in Wenatchee. We did a back-to-back 2 days up in Mount Vernon. Tomorrow we're doing Flaming Geyser and Lake Sammamish in the same day. Then we're headed to Kitsap Memorial on Monday. And we also have a trip out to Mount St. Helens Visitor Center. In addition to that, Stephanie has attended a meeting with all of the programs at headquarters. So it's been a really, really great time and a good use of our energy to connect with staff. The other reason why I'm not there in person is I held my leadership retreat with my team a couple days ago out at Miller, Sylvania. It was super productive. We went over our accomplishments for the year, which you'll be receiving at the planning meeting. A highlight of them, at least. There was much more than that's included on the list. And we set our goals for the coming year, which we're super excited about. The other thing that we did some leadership developments, and I shouldn't probably say this because I might copyright this term one day, but I did make up a new training called Easy Breezy Beautiful People Management. And then the subtitle is How to Be an Unflappable Leader. So stay tuned as I publish my book. Also stay tuned to see if it actually worked and if we are unflappable after that training. So it's been a really good wrap up to the year, and we're excited to wrap up these road shows. I'm not sure if Commissioner Milner is still in the room, but regardless, I want to say thank you to Commissioner Milner for his great collaboration. I will definitely miss the emails from him that have a really creative marketing idea for us. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're taking away his male privileges. Okay, well, thank you, Director and ELT, for excellent presentations. That brings us to our final agenda item, and I try to keep track of follow-up items, and I can use everyone's help, but this is what I have. Number 1, this is follow-up for us as commissioners to remember to review materials ahead of the planning meeting, both those that will help us with the annual director's performance review, as well as assist Ken in working with us on developing 2023 agency priorities. And there is a request by Ken that you actually send him some ideas in advance of the meeting. So that's number 1. Number 2, again, whatever timing is appropriate, but we do need follow-up on Fort Simcoe. I want to share with you that I actually got a text message during the break from somebody that was watching us streaming on TVW, and the gentleman that was quoted in that King 5 story is actually a designated tribal elder for the Yakima. And so that's just probably worth noting, but there is follow-up required there. Still need at least one more volunteer. It sounds like Commissioner Bounds wants to go to Westport with me, but there's room for one more there. There are at least 2 commissioners, and I think this makes sense. And this is for you, Director, and also for assigned counsel and other appropriate staff. I think we would like to have an executive session in January to talk about legal aspects associated with the Westport White House development proposal. Obviously, we rely on Andy and you to make sure we stay in the box and are talking about in an executive session what we should be talking about and not what we shouldn't be talking about. So that is something that I'd like to have you scope out on our behalf. And the only other thing I wrote down here, and I don't know how the rest of you feel about it, is there anything short-term we need to do by way of follow-up on Fort Worden? That was a pretty, what's the word, alarming presentation, but don't know if you want to just give thought to that, or seems to me that the significant enough news that was shared with us in terms of the scope of the challenge there, short-term and long-term, to the viability of many of those buildings, as your question helped reveal, that there might be something we want to jump back on sooner rather than later. Commissioner Bounds?
Just a word on that. I know that they are developing their longer-term business and strategic plan, and uh, anticipating that, I believe, in the maybe late spring, early summer next year, and looking at potential changes to our agreement with them. So I think that's a touch point, at least in, I don't know, Mike, you may have better information about that, but I think that's a touch point where it's going to come back to us in some fashion, probably not in the $250 million fashion, but there will be some proposed changes, I think, that they're going to make for us and them as part of the agreement. So.
And go ahead.
Well, and we also heard about Fort Flagler and the issues with some of their buildings. I mean, at some point, it seemed we have these facilities with these aging buildings that have, are obviously have reached a point where they're all, I mean, they're falling apart. So it just seems like maybe we need to, we need to think about how, what are we going to do? I mean, maybe there needs to be a review of more than just individual ones, but maybe looking at sort of the buildings of that age and what we have and what we can anticipate, because somehow we got to get ahead of some of this.
And then lastly, this is just an idea, but your comment in your report about visiting the collections, I'm not sure how many of you have had a chance to do that. That's in Olympia. We're in Olympia in January. It is well worth seeing. And so maybe, Becky, there will be an opportunity for us to carve out a little bit of time, maybe at the beginning of Tuesday or after we're done on the Hill, where we can stop by and have the commissioners see that collection. It's an amazing collection of history. Yes. Now, that's what I had by way of follow-up items. Anybody have anything else? Any other business to come before us before we adjourn? Commissioner?
Well, I didn't get a chance earlier to say thank you so much to Commissioner Milner, and especially also on behalf of former Commissioner Diana Perez. She wished she could be here. So, and somebody as knowledgeable as you are, I know will be an amazing docent at Friends of Chelan Parks.
Very well. Commissioner Latimer?
All the changes in, I guess, the organization and staffing, and as we've kind of complete filling some of those key positions, a new kind of organizational chart, phone numbers, emails would be kind of helpful.
Oh, okay. Find them as we're doing it there.
So let me just ask the ELT, anything that you took notes of that requires follow-up is important to note for the record? If not, then finally, all of the support staff, everybody that helped facilitate these meetings, these tours, again, great job. Thank you very much. We don't take any of it for granted, and we appreciate it very much. If there's no further business to come before the commission, we stand adjourned. Opportunity to say a couple thank yous. We began this week with a social event and a short program with leaders from the Chelan Chamber, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Milner, our executive assistant Becky Ellison, and the chamber leaders for inviting us into their beautiful visitor center Monday afternoon and early evening. Also like to thank everyone connected with our tours on Tuesday. We started out very early at 25 Mile Creek. We then went to Lake Chelan State Park, up to Alta Lake State Park, and we ended our day at Bridgeport State Park. So we covered a lot of territory in Chelan, Douglas, and Okanagan counties, and saw some great parks, and what a beautiful, glorious part of the world this is. We enjoyed that very much. And again, on behalf of the commission, I want to thank the director and all of the staff that helped make that possible, including our ranger who's here today, Brian and Ty and Sharon. I know you were instrumental in that. And again, thanks so much. Trying to think also, I'd like to say thank you to everyone that contributed to last night's event, where we had the opportunity to join with some people in the community and others to salute our commissioner, our senior commissioner, Commissioner Milner, who is leaving the commission at the end of the year. But again, thanks to everybody that had any hand in that event last night, which was absolutely wonderful. With that, I see that Commissioner Dannenberg has joined us. Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, apologies. I've been sitting here, except that I've been locked out of the meeting. And then when I was let in, they wouldn't let me unmute. And so I could hear you when you were explaining why that I was at home, but unfortunately, I've been locked out by the system. So yes, I am here, Sophia Dannenberg, Commission Secretary.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you. I don't know, the volume seems to be a lot lower than it was yesterday on Commissioner Dannenberg. And so two things, you might want to see if you can help us with that. And then I'm firing up my phone so I can ramp up my hearing aids. So between those two things, we'll see if maybe that will work.
I'll see if it works. Yesterday, the parks computer actually wouldn't let me log in, and so I was logged in on my work computer. So it's possible that the parks computer sound is not as good, but if it doesn't improve, I can switch back to my work computer, which is what I was using yesterday.
Already much better, thank you.
All right.
At this point, I'd like to affirm on behalf of our agency that our agency respects and affirms tribal sovereignty and honors indigenous peoples whose traditional lands we occupy. The State Parks and Recreation Commission is committed to working with all tribes to help preserve and restore a healthy natural environment for future generations. And at this time, I'd like to recognize state, tribal, and local officials who are in the audience. And I actually would like to invite Mayor Bob Getty from the city of Chelan to introduce yourself and say anything you'd like to say. Mayor, good morning and welcome. Step out of the realm. We love it here. We've been here before, as you probably know. We were scheduled to be here right on the cusp of the pandemic and had to unfortunately cancel. Had some great cooperation assistance from the Campbell's Resort in helping us get back on track. And in that regard, I'd like to introduce Eric Campbell. Eric is one of the managers and operators here of this long-established historic place that we've been before. So welcome and say anything you'd like.
I just wanted to, just on behalf of our family and our business, just really wanted to say, kind of echoing our mayor's sentiments, how grateful we are, humbled to be able to welcome this group back. We have a rich history with this group, and it's not lost on us. So we think it's very important just to say, show our appreciation and our gratitude for having you here with us. And I have 3 young children, and so trying to communicate the emotion of gratitude is an ongoing daily struggle sometimes, but we think it's an extremely important value. And so we are truly here for you. We want this to be a very enjoyable and very productive time here at Campbell's. And we hope you leave here rejuvenated and have a very productive time. And we really just want to be here to support you as best as we possibly can. We are truly all here for you. So this last summer, we celebrated our 121st year in business as a family. And groups like yours are part of our history. And so we just wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you for being here with us.
Thank you very much. This time I call your attention to the agenda. The executive session that was listed as tentative is not going to happen, so there'll be no executive session. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Any other changes to the agenda? Hearing none, a motion to approve the agenda with that change would be in order. Properly moved and seconded to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The agenda is approved. Becky, anything on the logistics front you'd like to share?
Restrooms are out to the left, end of the hallway. In case of emergency, we're going to exit out these doors and meet in the parking lot outside.
Okay. So now I call your attention to the minutes of our previous meetings, both the work session and the commission meeting held in Pullman on September 21 and 22. A motion to approve the minutes as presented would be in order. Properly moved and seconded. Any proposed changes to the minutes? Hearing none, call for the question. As many as are in favor of adopting the minutes as distributed for the September 21-22 meetings in Pullman will say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion has carried. At this point, we are going to open up for virtual public comment. Our executive assistant will manage this part of the agenda. There are 3 people that registered for this, and I believe we allot 3 minutes for each of them to share with us whatever they'd like. Becky, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So yes, as you stated, they'll get 3 minutes each. I will let them know when the 3 is over and we will move on to the next person. We have 3 people signed up. First is Sue Gilman to talk about Miller Peninsula State Park. Sue, there we go. Are you on, Sue?
I am on. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead and start.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director Dupuy and Commissioners. My name again is Sue Gilman. I'm speaking on behalf of Miller Peninsula State Park Coalition. On behalf of the more than 200 citizens of Kalama and Jefferson County, Sequim, Port Angeles, Port Townsend, who attended the open house at Seven Cedars Casino Hotel on October 18th, we thank you for your effort in reaching out to the public, albeit in a forum that was not conducive for group participation, but you adjusted that for the group, and we do very much appreciate that. The signatures that we received that night were a petition that we put out to the attendees, and that petition was mailed to the commissioners. I'm hoping you had an opportunity to view it. It was signed by many of the people that were there. It was requesting the commission again to include a 4th planning development option that would be consistent with the natural forest area land classification. Our hikers, bikers, and horsemen have managed this park and maintained the trails for all to enjoy in Washington State, and we cannot change what we already have. The 2023-25 park budget and financials are daunting, to say the least, when you look at them. So many projects that are really in need of your attention, and the money is going to be spent for developing Miller Peninsula Park into something that is not wanted. We believe that money could be put to better use. I thank you for having me there today. I wish I could have been there in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Next, we're going to hear from Phyllis Finley regarding St. Edward State Park. Phyllis, when you're ready.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning.
I'm Phyllis Finley. I live in Kenmore. My comments this morning are to reinforce my more detailed written comments regarding 2 issues at St. Edward State Park. The first is a please don't. The second is a please do. My first concern is the rat poison that's deliberately placed around the perimeter of the lodge and then inadvertently spread all throughout the park and the surrounding neighborhoods. Except the word inadvertently isn't exactly accurate, because now you know. The scientific literature is full of information about both the folly and the harm of rat poison bait stations. Rats eat the poison, eagles eat the poisoned rats, coyotes eat the poisoned eagles, and on and on. The spread of the poison isn't an accident now. You know it's happening, and it's dangerous, harmful to the environment, and deadly to any species that encounters it, directly or indirectly, wild or domestic. I understand the reaction people have when they see a rat or a mouse. Squirrels and rabbits are cute. Rats and mice are alarming. But all these animals are in the state park, plus lots more. Heaven forbid a guest paying for a high-priced room at the lodge in a state park would actually see a rodent. How about educating guests of the lodge and the park about the wonderful biodiversity at St. Ed's? If parks and the lodge really don't want guests to see these mammals, why are bait stations situated right next to the building, enticing these animals out of their natural environment and toward the human population? Isn't that exactly what they tell backcountry hikers not to do? Do not provide an opportunity for wild animals to associate humans with food. In addition, the dumpsters are more often than not wide open. These provide easy meals for crows, squirrels, and, yes, rats. There's no place for poison in the state park. Please don't allow it. My second request is regarding the creation of an ADA trail at St. Ed's. The lodge is ADA compliant, of course, and there's ample ADA parking. But once a disabled park user gets out of the car, they're limited to the paved areas immediately surrounding the building, as every trail in the woods is either steep, narrow, rocky, rooted, or all four. The exception to this is the Arrowhead Trail. It's short, about 4/10 of a mile, almost entirely flat, has no need for benches or interpretive signs. With its current surface, it's dangerous for mobility challenged users. All it needs is a thick layer of 1/4 inch minus gravel that can be packed down for easy accessibility for all abilities of users on foot and on wheels. In summary, please eliminate the use of poison at St. Ed's, and in the spirit of DEI, please transform the Arrowhead Trail to be ADA compliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Next, we have Paula. If you want to unmute, we're ready for you.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paula Bird. I'm owner of Seabird Gift and Candy in the Marina of Westport. I just want to say I want to see the Scottish Lynx come to Westport. As a business owner, we need more traffic, more visitors. It helps all businesses, whether my gift shop, restaurants, all around. I'm also a daily user of Westport Light State Park. I take my dogs there. We're surfers. Every part of it we love. I don't see the Scottish Link being a negative effect on my use of a state park. I see it as an improvement. Get rid of the non-native plants, open it up so all can enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Becky. I told a couple people last night that we would be doing our recognition of Commissioner Milner at about 9:30. Since we're a little bit ahead, I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to hold that for one item and instead move into commissioner reports. And I think it's appropriate that we start with Commissioner Milner.
Well, thank you. I guess I'll just comment on the meeting that we had Monday night at the chamber. I have known the folks there from the outdoor rec community for some time, actually since we first moved here. And I was happy to see them there along with the business leaders of the city. My takeaways from that encounter were that everyone universally is in agreement for the need of additional capacity. All the parks in this lake basin are tapped out in the summer. You heard from Paul Horn, who is the city's park and rec director, that their overflow they direct over to Brian Fromm, and Brian Fromm redirects those that he can't take care of in the direction of the RV park here at next to Don Morse Park. Similarly, U.S. Forest Service, their Silver Falls campground is very popular and filled to the gills. And I encourage you, I heard an interesting proposal from Commissioner Bounds, which I think has a great deal of merit. I don't know if it's ready to put out in the public yet, but if I can help you in any way, I'd be more than happy to do that. So no spoiler there. Another takeaway was an interest by the business community to open up more activities in the shoulder seasons, which we've heard in the past is one of the challenges. And one of the features of Lake Chelan State Park I wanted to point out, and I'm sure Brian will agree with me, is it's just gorgeous in the fall. It really is an arboretum. I see, what do I want to say, emeritus park manager, Dwight Keegan, there too. And you probably saw the original plantings of those ancient oaks and all the other trees. There's quite a variety there. So I just want to put a plug in to marketing that at least in this region, there's a very big interest to open up additional activities for Lake Chelan State Park in the fall and in the spring. And I'm grateful to the fishermen who came in, who always come in great numbers and created the compelling case to open the park up in the winter. So I think at this point, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Latimer.
Well, good morning. Over the last few months, I've spent a great deal of time over on the Kitsap Peninsula and visited a number of parks over there, Scenic Beach, Kopachuk, Manchester, all beautiful parks. And I notice even in the cooler weather, there's still a pretty good flow of traffic coming through there, people out hiking through the woods. You don't have to answer me now, but I'm just curious. I don't recall if we had any sort of major improvement projects for some of these parks. I noticed that Manchester, beautiful park, lots of activity there. But I noticed that one of the buildings, I think it was called the Torpedo Warehouse or something, looks a little bit tired. A lot like some of our, I think, historic structures that probably could use some more love. I recently, I think it was last weekend, I was in the area and I thought, okay, well, which park have I not visited yet? And so I found one called Square Lake State Park. And I guess I'd forgotten that in October of 2020 back to Kitsap County. So anyway, I drove out there thinking I was going to go take this hike to Square Lake State Park. And the gate was closed and it was closed. And so apparently I guess it's not in use. And so it kind of sort of brought up the question in my mind that, once we transfer some of these properties back to the county, I thought there was a provision where there was supposed to be some recreational use that was done. And so it kind of brought up the question of, when we do transfer property back to the county or to municipality, is there some kind of follow-up from state parks, or is there some follow-up in terms of, is it being used for recreational activities, or what happens, whose responsibility is that? Also, I was out on the water also last weekend, and I was cruising by the north end of Lake Island, and I know that we've terminated our lease with Argosy Cruises. But I was curious because I noticed there was a lot of boats. There's a little marina there, I guess. It's kind of a sheltered area, and there was a lot of boats in the marina, and it was apparent that they were going to be moored there overnight. So I didn't know if that was part of state parks at marina, and what operations we still actually have continuing there at Lake Island, even though the concessionaire is no longer in operation. And then finally, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Milner for the wonderful event on Monday. I thought our chair, Mark, did an excellent job in presenting on behalf of state parks and presenting the diverse treasure of parks that we have. I think he did a great presentation. And I think finally, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Milner and his wife, Jill, for all the great service that they've done for state parks. And I know that Steve will miss state parks, but my guess is, my guess is that maybe if there's not, I didn't see if there was a friends group here at Chelan. I kind of thought maybe Steve would be just a great founder if there wasn't already a friends group here.
Very good. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Well, it really is wonderful to be here in Chelan. This is really a vibrant town, and I'm just totally impressed with everything that's going on here. Let's see. Since the last meeting, Commissioner Brown and I attended I think it was called the Sustainable Outdoor Recreation Conference in Seattle, which was very interesting. And During that trip, I also visited Dash Point and Saltwater State Parks. We also, let's see, Commissioner Bounds and Dannenberg and I were at the Miller Peninsula Open House and listening session. Very much appreciated that opportunity. Just one thought I wanted to share with the commission. When my visit to Dash Point included a really good tour with area manager Jeff Vasello. A lot of thoughtful conversation. And what I saw at Dash Point mirrors what I've seen at some of our other state parks that are close to urban areas. And that is the residential use of campgrounds. And as we all know, the mission of the state parks is to provide memorable recreational and educational experiences to all Washingtonians. So as such, it seems that the residential use of campgrounds is perhaps not consistent with our mission. It's clear the situation is stressful and time consuming for staff. And it's my understanding for customers as well, given customer comments, which I have not seen, but I think could be helpful for us. And given the challenges our region faces with affordable housing, this usage is going to continue because of the housing stress. So it's my understanding that I don't want to. We're a policy board. I don't want to. It's not my role to be prescriptive or tell staff how to do their business. But it is my understanding there are some policy changes that could be helpful. And as such, I hope the commission will welcome addressing these as soon as feasible. Beyond that, it's been, like I say, a great stay here in Chelan, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now move to Commissioner Bounds.
Thank you, Chair. I also attended the Miller Peninsula public listening event, and I want to actually second the comments of our first speaker that the way we had it organized wasn't going to work for the people that were there because it was a very large crowd. I don't know if we have an estimate of the number of people, but it was
close to 200.
a couple hundred people, and the stations we had set up for them to have a more informal conversation with staff just wasn't going to work. And I was impressed that staff figured out a way to make it work for the people that were there, and we provided the opportunity for the comments, and it was really, and it's also a fairly organized group of people from Dash Point. I think clearly that was the audience. And we do know from other comments we've received previously in the planning process that there are other interests out there beyond the neighbors, and the neighbors' interest is a significant interest. It's important, and it's certainly necessary for us to hear from them. But we also need to hear from the rest of the community as part of our mission to provide opportunities for all Washingtonians. So, and then on the trip out, I left early, caught an early ferry, and stopped at Fort Townsend State Park, and stopped at Fort Flagler, visited with the staff, and they have some pretty, I think, serious concerns, and I know we know them as well. The staff and management knows those concerns as well as the staff out there about their ability to make improvements to their larger facilities to provide for the some of the activities that were there in the past. And so I think there was a crew out there working on the parking lot and doing some work on one of the buildings and starting to make some improvements. But what a great asset that is. Every time I go there, I go drive down to the first thing I do. I don't stop and talk to the staff. I go down to the beach. And it's such a wonderful beach at Fort Flagler. And there were only two people down there, and I was the third person. And of course, there was a dog. But it's such a wonderful spot. And then went to Fort Worden and talked to the staff there, spent some time about their interpretive needs, and also the opportunity there to sit down and have lunch at their newly constituted facility there that's run by a nonprofit given the reorganization. We'll hear more about that today from David Timmons at public comments. But anyway, and that Chelan's been great. We had a wonderful day on Tuesday. Thank you, Steve, for organizing Monday night. That was great. And I want to second Commissioner Latimer's comments about the presentation from our chair. A great road show, Mark. You got it down. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we'll move to Commissioner Dannenberg.
Hello. So, goodness, the last couple of months have been such a whirlwind. I'm trying to remember what happened since our last meeting. Obviously, the most recent activity, as as we've already heard, was the open house at Miller Penn, which was really interesting. We've been there, or at least I've been there several times before, but it was interesting both to hear more about what has been happening on the staff side. I think that we got a very good update about some of the work they're doing, some new data that they've been gathering, and then to really have a good understanding of where they are in the process, especially in terms of the information gathering. I felt like they put together, very good information tables. It was a very large crowd, and so in a way, I think the people wanted it to shift to the format that it did. I was glad that they were able to present a lot of that content about the data that had been gathered to the audience there in the alternate way that we ended up shifting, because I do think, as I said, that they had very good charts, very good data, a lot of background, and just to see the amount of work and thoughtfulness from our staff on that park was very encouraging. Also, I guess it would have been before that. I did participate again in the Kokanee event at Lake Sammamish, which I had been able to participate in before the pandemic. And it was one of the first things I think I did as a commissioner. So it was really fantastic to be back. It's a really great event that's organized by the tribes and Trout Unlimited. I was able to go out on the boat with 3 city council members from Issaquah, Redmond, and Sammamish, as well as our director. And so it's always really fun. It's just a really fun thing to do. It's really joyous. I feel like, the spirit of just, releasing the salmon and all the hope, and seeing the local city council members there coming together, hearing about, some of the work that they've been, doing in terms of, it's very interesting around the lake. I think here, some of the programs around light on the dock, which is a problem for the salmon, and the actions they're taking, as a city to support the fauna at that lake also was very, as I said, it was very encouraging to hear. I think that's it. We've had quite a time here on Whidbey Island, and so I'm hoping this weekend, I had mentioned this in a text to Chair Brown, because he also was impacted by the windstorms, but I have been wondering how our state parks fared, because I gotta tell you, the town did not look good. I mean, the power outages were the least of it. Smashed houses, smashed cars, trees down, the blown up transformers. It wasn't just a minor sort of 12-hour power outage. People didn't have power for 5-6 days, and we actually couldn't drive north, so 525 was blocked at Coopville, so I couldn't even get from here north to Deception Pass. I could only get off the island south, so I didn't think it was responsible to try to drive into the parks and visit, knowing the state of some of the roads and the work going on. But I am hoping this weekend to go out and just take a look, see, how everyone's doing out at our local parks here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Connolly.
Well, I want to echo, first of all the thanks to Chelan and to the Milners and to Mark for his presentation. This has been just a great visit here. Chelan is just an amazing place, I think, and it's been so enjoyable. Since our meeting in Pullman, I've had the opportunity in October
3rd and 4th, I had the opportunity to tour property adjacent to on the 3rd, we toured property adjacent to Mount Spokane, which might become available. And then, and that was with the property owner, park staff, and the Inland Northwest Land Conservancy, who is a great partner with us in all of the land management agencies in acquiring property. So we had a day of driving in the side-by-sides on roads that had not been used apparently for quite some time. There at one point we had to stop and take out a tree so that we could continue on the tour. But it was a great tour, and it was really interesting to see. I mean, it would be it's in a different entrance, a different way to approach Mount Spokane. So it's just amazing to see the property. And then the next day we went up to and toured a property adjacent to Riverside State Park, which is awesome. Both these properties are in great condition. They've been well maintained by their property owners, and so we're, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But the Inland Northwest Land Conservancy is working, with all of the other state and county and city groups to see what can be done. So that was really really fun. I also participated in the Palouse Cascades monthly call then in October. And one of the things that was really, I thought really, I mean, it's usually a great call. And one of the things was they talked about trailhead design for a new trailhead on the trail. And it was very interesting to listen to the different users who use, those who are bicyclists, what they wanted at it and what the horse people wanted. And so I thought it was really good, and staff was really good about listening, and sort of you could see thinking, okay, these are things that, we have to figure out how to do this. The use of power. Could we have power at this place? Anyway, it was a good call. I also participated in the Washington State Parks Foundation retreat, which we also had Owen Rowe was there, Andrea Thorpe was, Ryan Carlson and Diana also participated, and that was a really good. It's the first time I've been able to attend in person and meet everyone, because it's been by Zoom the whole year. So I really enjoyed getting a chance to meet people, and we had good conversations about advocacy and what the foundation and parks can partner with to advance parks here in Washington. So that was really good. And then and I attended the hearing on the transfer of the portion of Sontag State Park, which is on our agenda today. So that was an evening hearing out at right adjacent to the site. So that was good. We had a good hearing, and we had pretty good, I thought, more people than I think people were anticipating. So that was good, and got to hear what the neighbors think. I think one of the big concerns, of course, is the Discover Pass, because the park had been managed by the county, and now, but it's already been given back to the state. So it was sort of like, well, that's already done. But anyway, yeah. So it was good though. And then I got another tour with, we toured with Representative Rob Chase, who was a representative from the 4th District who was was defeated in the election. So that part of it, but it was really good because we got to see where the new, we have a grant for trail overlay. So we got to see the section of the trail that they will be starting work on and sort of what the condition is. And then we got to see a section of the trail that has already been overlay had been done and some work on, so you could see kind of how the condition differs. The trail, there's sections of the trail that since its construction have not had any work on. So there is some needs to work on it. In a section where the I-90 goes over the trail and there's, it's state line, and there's dripping coming off the road, off the freeway that drips onto the trail, so, and causing damage. So that's something that needs will be addressed. So and then looking at some of the city of Spokane Valley also has a grant to acquire 44 acres for a park, and it is actually across the river from the Centennial Trail, but their vision is to have pedestrian bridges to connect the Centennial Trail and then construct another trail on the other side. So it was fun to see what they're talking about, and how the Centennial Trail and a pedestrian bridge would allow access for a huge section of the valley that can't actually access from the other side. So yeah, it was really good day.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those in the room and those that are watching us via streaming on TVW can take from this. We have a very active and engaged commission. For my report, There has been a lot of administrative that comes with being on the executive committee and the chair, including, I think, at least 2, if not 3 meetings of the executive committee, some ad hoc conversations with the director, some conversations with our assigned counsel and one of his colleagues, and then 1 or more conversations, I think, with all of you. So on that front, it's been fairly typical since we last met. There were some things that I was able to participate in that I wanted to share with you, and I believe, Becky, if you could go to the next slide. This is all, I think, if they're in order. Oh, okay. There we go. This has already been mentioned by Commissioner Dannenberg, but in addition to her, the director and I were also at the event, the ceremonial kokanee fry release. This was the first time for me to participate in that event. If you could go to the next slide. Lots of people. This picture on the left, that's actually me that's cut in half there, but that's the least important part. These are Snoqualmie tribal leaders, and you see some of the audience that was there. I did have a speaking role largely to welcome people. Next slide. Again, some of the people that were in attendance. And next slide. These are what these fry look like. I guess that Native Americans have traditionally referred to them as the little red fish. At some point in their life cycle, they have a red tint or a hue to them. These fries, by the way, this is really interesting, and Sophia and the director can help me if I'm mistaken, but I believe these came out of a hatchery on Orcas Island. So they were flown to Issaquah, and then they were in the hatchery there, and then they were brought on a truck to the lake, and so they're experienced travelers here. And you can go to the next slide. Again, some of the entertainment from the Snoqualmie tribe. Next slide. Going out, Commissioner Dannenberg mentioned this. We had 3 boatloads of people. Go ahead to the next slide that went out. My boat included King County Executive Dow Constantine, and this is Executive Constantine releasing some of the fish into the lake. Next slide. And because I was on the boat with him, he kind of generated a lot of media attention, but I know that the other boats had these people following them. Kind of my first experience with paparazzi following us, but they're actually taking pictures of the executive releasing the fry into the lake. And that's my attempt. You have to snag one of these guys in the little basket and then put them gradually into the lake. You don't want to be, you need to be a little delicate with them. And the next slide, and that's that picture. I don't know who took that, but that's me and my attempt to reintroduce this species to where they've traditionally been for a long time. I think that might be the final. Commissioner Williams spent some time talking about this. This was a responsible outdoor travel summit that she and I and the director attended. Was really interesting. I'll pass the agenda around. There's another photo. One of the panels, how much tourism is too much tourism. Next slide. Improving the recreational user experience. Next slide. And media panel, communicating responsible outdoor travel. You had a lot of people that are experts in the field of tourism talking to us, some of them actually of national and even international standing. A couple things that I made notes that I wanted to share with you. 65% of travelers would spend more money to have an eco-friendly travel experience. So file that away for future reference. And travelers want to spend money with brands that are truly committed to sustainability. I also want to let you know that after the event, I sent an email to the head of the Office of Tourism, who were the folks that organized this, and just said it was a great conference. And he responded and has asked to meet with us along with his name is David Blandford. He's the executive director of the State Tourism Office, and one of his associates, Mike Moe, the the tourism development manager, is asked to meet with us. And I've deferred to the director to decide who needs to be in that room, but that meeting is set up for December 9th, and so we'll have an opportunity to visit with the State Tourism Office leadership. I don't know where that will take us, but we will report that back to you after that meeting. Let's see. I just want to let you know that even when I travel out of state, I visit state parks. Antelope Island State Park is in Salt Lake. And this is an interesting experience that I've never experienced in Washington State. I was on a hike on Antelope Island and came across a herd of bison. And I'm smart enough to know from all those YouTube videos of those people that aren't smart and end up getting hurt. I turned around and went back. I did not navigate my way through that herd of bison. Next slide. Is that it, Becky?
That was it.
Thank you, Becky. Let's see. I also wanted to share with you, I had a chance to spend almost 2 hours with our new commissioner who will come on behind Commissioner Milner at the beginning of the year, Ali Rad. His last name is spelled R-A-A-D, and I asked him how he pronounced that, and think of it as R-A-D, Rad, is how he pronounces his name. He's currently a private sector, I guess you could say an entrepreneur. He has a business that manages properties in Hawaii, Portland, and Olympia. He's been in Olympia for over 40 years, and despite the fact that Julie and I have been there for 46 years, and as you know, very active in the community, I've never crossed paths with him to the best of my knowledge, but we had a great meeting. He's very enthusiastic about coming on to the commission. He had some great questions for me, including one that I thought was a kind of a home run. He started out by saying, are we keeping up with population growth and demand? You know, something that Commissioner Milner's talked a lot about over the time. He also told me that he wanted to make sure parks were accessible to everybody and available, especially to people that don't have the resources that many of us do and can do other kinds of travel, including out of state and even international travel. And I was very impressed, and he's full of private commitments through the end of the year, so he won't be with us. He's not with us obviously here. He won't be able to join us for our planning meeting, but he'll hit the ground running in January, and I know that you all will welcome him and look forward to working with him. And I'm sure there's been some other things going on, but I will just stop at that point, and that will conclude our commissioner reports. I'll pass this agenda around, and I apologize, it's marked up, but if you just want to take a look at that again. So let's see, anything else in terms of commissioner reports from anybody that you forgot and need to tell us? Nope. Okay. So now we'll move back to our special order of business, which is recognition of Commissioner Milner. We had an opportunity yesterday to participate in a community event to honor and recognize Steve for his service. Commissioner Bounds represented us in that regard and made some wonderful comments and made a presentation which he's going to replicate here in a few minutes. I just want to say for me and my wife Julie that we just loved getting to know you, Steve and Jill. And the one thing about Commissioner Milner that's a kind of an added bonus for this agency has been it's been a 2-for-1. We've not only had the commissioner, but we've had his spouse, who I think is, I can't even remember many times in all my time on the commission where you haven't been on board with us at our tours and briefings and asking great questions and making contributions to our efforts to learn more about this system. So Jill, you're part of this. Thank you as well. I can now say with absolute certainty, because this was a subject of controversy, that Steve Milner at the end of the year will have devoted 11 years, 5 months, and 26 days to his service on the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission. He has absolutely raised the bar for how a commissioner should do their job. And I think this agency is absolutely the better for your service. And I do want to just take a moment more. Didn't say anything last night, but I think it's really important to remember the circumstances under which he came on this commission. 5 months ahead of me. This commission was in probably the greatest crisis it had ever faced. In the wake of the Great Recession, the governor and the legislature had taken away virtually all of our general tax support, which traditionally had provided 80% of our operating costs. The agency was grappling with this unprecedented circumstance. Looking ahead, there were going to have to be major layoffs. We eliminated 1/3 of our full-time positions. They gave us the Discover Pass without a dime to market it. And of course, the revenues as a result of that ran 50% of what they were projected to be. This agency was in a crisis. Now, I mention that because, and I don't want to be disparaging, but 2 commissioners bailed out, including the one that position I took. Just saying, this isn't what I was appointed to do or cut out to do, and I respect that. Steve Milner stuck it out. And look at where we're at today in terms of self-sufficiency. Look at where we're at today in terms of a totally transformed agency in every respect, how we operate this agency, how we staff this agency, how we fund this agency. And while others contributed as much to that success story, no one contributed more. Steve has been a rock for us over these last, 11 years, 5 months, and 26 days. And your legacy will be long lasting. We will miss you, but we know you are a phone call away. And along with our ex-commissioners who are in the audience today, in my capacity as chair, I now hereby confer on you Commissioner Emeritus status. And we're going to draw on you as a resource in the months and years ahead. But it has been an absolute pleasure. And she's not able to be here for reasons you're all aware, but Julie joins me in extending her love and affection to both of you.
To be able to convey in return your new status as the senior commissioner of the commission.
Then that comes with a salary increase.
And that's a standard rich and famous contract.
So Steve, you've been remarkable. And so I want to give others a chance. I think that, Ken, you want to jump in now with your more formal presentation?
Sure. I mean, we had a nice event last evening, and no surprises here on what both the staff and the commission are gifting Steve on his way out the door. And so we'll make that presentation for the audience and for the folks watching on TVW. But first, I want to get John Snyder up here, who's also in attendance, because the governor also gave Steve a letter. And Steve, you need to get up here because you can't just sit there resting on your laurels. So there's So John, I'm going to give you a chance to say something when Steve gets up here. And I think over here, is that right? Because we've got the. Okay.
Not much to say after Mark's terrific recap of your career here at State Parks. Commissioner Milner, I want to give you, on behalf of the governor, a Meritorious Service Award in recognition of your 11 years of stalwart service for one of the governor's absolute favorite agencies, the State's Parks Commission, and really appreciate everything you've done. Look forward to continued discussions with you in the future, and best of luck in all your endeavors post State Parks Commission.
Thanks, John, and to the governor, I appreciate it very much. And it's been a plow we have pulled together. Let's just put it that way. We've had some times, and having the support of the governor and yourself has been extremely beneficial for a kid who moved out here from Wisconsin, is just getting to know Washington. So thanks.
Thank you, John. Becky, where'd you go? Okay. And the staff also put together a gift for Commissioner Milner, which is right there. And yeah, here you go, Diana.
I will stand over here. This is just a present from the staff to Commissioner Miller to thank him for his great public service, a sort of collage of all the great memories that we have with staff and Commissioner Miller. Commissioner, thank you so much for all that you've done. As I said last night, you've been an incredible advocate, a great foil as well. And I will say that there is no doubt in my mind that we are a better agency for your service. So thank you so very much.
Great. Thank you, Director. So last night I kind of focused on Steve as commissioner, and I kind of checked off all boxes for what makes a great commissioner. But I thought this morning, and they were all checked in the right column. Don't get me wrong. With the right with the red pen. But what I'd like to say this morning is the legacy. Just mention the legacy that Commissioner Milner has left the state parks, and Chair Brown made the comment about when Steve started, and when I wasn't around then in 2011. But I can tell you, when I was recruited to be on the commission, one of the things I did was I read the transformation plan, and I had spent 17 years in the Seattle park system, 10 years in the Seattle budget system. I read the transformation plan, and I don't think I've ever told you this, but I looked at that and I said, these guys know what the hell they're doing. I was really impressed, having gone up and down in budgets at the city of Seattle, recognizing that you've got to be creative when things are tough, and also when things are tough that give you an opportunity to be creative and to do things better. And I think the staff, and you pointed this out last night about Deputy Director Sternbeck being there at the time and really making a lot of those operational decisions and changes. But that was impressive. I mean, to go from, I don't know, $98 million general fund to $8 million general fund in a stroke of a pen, and be given a Discover Pass to go sell and hope you get revenue from it, that's tough. And you got to be creative, and you got to be willing to make some changes. And Commissioner Milner was part of that team at the very beginning, and impressed me. And since then, his legacy with the agency is as long as the Palouse Cascades Trail, and probably even from the west side. He's been such a staunch advocate for that, and for many other things. I mean, making tough decisions, big decisions, with Mount Spokane, St. Edward, Palouse Cascades Trail, staying the perseverance, I should say, of his leadership on that cross-state trail has been great, and his continued advocacy for it on behalf of the small communities on the east side, recognizing the economic benefit of having that kind of access, that kind of public recreation opportunity for the Ticos and Rosalias of the world, was really something that I think not everyone recognizes the importance of, but Steve certainly did. So with that, in my previous life, I've done this with retirements, and I've never had to bend my knees to pick up a plaque to give to to give to a retiree from something, but this thing is heavy.
So Ken, let's get to all the commissioners up.
Yes, we will do that. First, I want to explain.
We'll Photoshop you, Sophia, into this.
Right. But I want to explain what this is to the public. I can't hold this and lift it up.
It's a left-handed metric frame.
So what this token of our appreciation represents is it's actually a piece of the Beverly Bridge. And it's a piece of the Beverly Bridge that is made out of steel from a company in Pennsylvania that provided steel to the Brooklyn Bridge, to the Empire State Building, all the way out here to the Beverly Bridge. And it's a piece that's no longer needed, so you can still go across the bridge and feel safe. But we knew, Steve being the engineer, Steve being the curious guy, Steve being the person who knows a lot of things, I thought he'd guess what this was, but he missed it. He missed it. So, but anyway, with our appreciation, we give you a piece of the Beverly Bridge.
You gave the answer on the side.
That's exactly. Well, I wasn't going to say he doesn't always read before he talks, but that's okay. Okay. Okay, I'm happy to pass the microphone to others.
Back to our seats.
Okay.
I think you and Mark have both gone way too far here, but thank you for your kind comments. And let me just say that, first of all of the accomplishments and achievements that were just related were done by staff. And Jill and I moved out here. We had been here for a couple of years, and I had just accepted retirement when Elliot Skull and Roger Schmidt knocked on the door and suggested that I put in an application for State Park Commissioner. And at first, my thought was, I'm a kid out of Wisconsin. I've only been here 2 years. I'm not exactly the native son image. And how is that ever going to work? And after thinking about it, I said, you know what? This is probably the best opportunity to get to know just the most awesome state imaginable and all of the awesome people in it. So it's been me. It's been all about me. I'm so grateful to have used all of you and ridden on the backs of all of you. And I'm grateful to a few people, actually, in addition to Roger and Elliot for getting me involved. Uh, State Senators Parlett and Hawkins were there to introduce me to the committee on the event of the hearings. And they had obviously already worked the audience because that greased through without all of the obvious incriminating questions that could be asked of a person like me. So I'm grateful to them. I mentioned last night, Mike and at the time Larry Fairley were instrumental in drawing me in, and I'm really grateful for that. Some other people did as well. I really felt like a fish out of water in the beginning, but I felt like that fish was immediately embraced. I remember meeting regularly with Tom Ernsberger and Scott Griffith and Dave Jakowitz of the Eastern Region trio that ran things in Eastern Washington, and they let me look under the hood. And they and Mike Sternbach would invite me at some risk to sit in with the area manager, the park manager meetings. Now, the risk there is that if you have somebody who's, I don't know, has an official title, that it has an impact on the amount of, or the quality of the discussion, the discourse of the audience, you know what I'm saying? And they took a risk. And frankly, I got to know all of the park managers in the East Side through those meetings and subsequent visits. I felt like, geez, I'd just been drawn into the family. And that made a huge difference for me. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm also grateful to the commissioners at that time, to the late Joe Toller, Fred Olson, Cindy Whaley, Pat Lance. 5 months later, Mark Brown, and they made me feel like I had a place. And you know me, and I know me, and so you know what a hurdle that is. And you were patient and persevered, and I'm very grateful for bringing me in. Russ Cahill came into the picture about that time as well. So thanks to all of them. I also want to thank the Friends groups. If you ever get a chance to go to the Friends conference, that's held annually, do it. Just do it, because you're going to hear the inside of what the public really likes, what they need, what they see for the future of the parks. It's a great venue to make that happen. And I just want to mention a few of them at my risk, because there are so many, but I'm just going to touch on a few. First and foremost, the Fossil Group. And Commissioner Brown will attest, as will Commissioner Bounds, that the Fossil Group had representatives at our meetings forever. I mean, they just were so dedicated. If you've never been to a potluck at Schaefer, you ought to do it. They're just wonderful people. They're standouts. And Commissioner Bounds and I, arm in arm, spent a lot of time going up and down these small towns, sitting in public meetings, listening to the folks who live there and their needs. and their concerns. And so I got to know the folks from the Friends of the Tico Trestle, the Palouse to Cascades Trail Coalition, the Jeff Chandler's, Jeff's group, the Backcountry Horsemen, and Tom Short's John Wayne Wagons and Pioneer Ride, John Wayne Wagons and Riders Association. And I'll tell you what, when you see groups like that dig in, and you know they have a passion, the Bob Parlett with his Complete the Loop Coalition, these are people that put their time, their effort, and their money. I believe we got a check for a couple $100,000 from the Complete the Loop Coalition, or in kind by way of a wonderful piece of equipment to maintain the trail. These people love their parks, and they just need the door open to them. And while we can wave the flag and all that, a guy like me can step on toes. I have big feet. And so I'm sure there are staff members who remember some of the times when I created a lot of anxiety. And I'm sorry, I apologize for that. I have to say the Trails Group probably got pushed harder than most others. The Capital Delivery Program, I pushed a bit hard. I have my failings, and I'm not afraid to confess them. And so I hope those folks look at the achievements that have happened and look back, and that sort of glosses over some of the times and makes the ending feel like, well, you know what, we all pulled hard on this plow, and here we are. I also want to thank Dwight Keegan. Dwight, I've got something for you here if you want to come up. Dwight and Rod Jacques basically ran the shop down the hill from us. And Dwight was another one who made me feel at home. Here's some homemade port wine made from blackberries from my own little still. Okay, is anybody? I don't for this quantity. I don't think I had to be licensed, but hey, thanks a lot, Dwight. Appreciate it. So I should probably stop. I'm not going to be able to stand up for much more of this because I'm going to miss this. And I want to channel the voice of Joe Toller. Don't you dare forget Mo Clips, okay? And Commissioner Brown can tell you exactly what that means. And don't forget the $60 million pile of gravel that's waiting on the Snake River about 10 miles upstream from Pasco. And that's like a nest egg that's sitting in our system for use for frying on a rainy day, I guess. So thank you all. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Comments and contributions. We're going to take a recess until unknown time. So for the benefit of good afternoon or good morning, everyone, this is the resumed meeting of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission. For those of you that perhaps were watching via VW streaming or otherwise participating through our virtual means, there was a fire alarm that went off. We were instructed to vacate the building, and that's why we left as abruptly as we did. I apologize if that was a bit chaotic. It's interesting that it coincides with the farewell of Commissioner Milner. I'm not casting any aspersions, but in any event, there's always a first. So that was what happened to us. With that, we'll resume our regular order. Let's see, where are we now? We are going to do commission committee reports, and I'll call them in the order they're listed here. We'll begin with the real estate, and I understand that there was no committee meeting, so there is no report. The next is the legislative committee, and I think that Commissioner Conley, you're going to report on that, please.
At a legislative committee meeting on November 4th, and Owen will probably cover some of this in his staff report, so I'm going to be fairly brief. But initially, we discussed the election. Both the House and Senate will hold the Democratic majorities over the next 2 years. This is going to be a long legislative session and begins on January 9th. Hopefully, it'll conclude in 105 days, but the budgets are written for the next 2 years, so it's an important session. The revenue forecast comes out tomorrow, and revenue is almost certainly projected to begin to cool down after 3 years of historic collections. And competition for state general fund support will be intense because spending right now is at an all-time high. And we know that both our operating and capital budgets are ambitious, and but they're what the park system needs. So we had made that decision to ask for what we thought we needed. But we so this session we have to manage some expectations, but we've charted a course that we think is where we need to go for the next couple of biennium. We're in January, we'll be meeting in Olympia, and we're starting to work on a commission lobby day on the Tuesday of the commission week to meet with legislative leaders. We're also hoping that there will be an opportunity to meet with the Emerging Leaders Cohort, a partnership with Washington Trails Association, to support diverse young people in developing careers in natural resources. So we'll hopefully be able to do that. That is 6 leaders who will start trail work in the parks, and they will also have the opportunity to do job shadowing from January to April. Owen participated, and I think also Diana, on the Centennial Accord.
I was not there.
Oh, okay. But that's the meeting between the federally recognized tribes and the state. Took place in late October at the Toledo's Tribes Reservation, and it was a very constructive conversation with tribal leaders about managing outdoor recreation and care of tribal treaty rights. And this is something that with the expanded use of our parks, we are having these conversations, so there's great concern. We had the foundation board retreat. I think I've already covered that. Owen was there and gave an excellent summary of our budget and where we're going in the next years. And then Friday, December 2nd, State Parks was invited to the House Community and Economic Development Committee to partner with the Tourism Authority to talk about the outdoor recreation economy and tourism. And this is a good opportunity to highlight the continued interest in visiting state parks, the importance to rural economies, and to people's health and well-being. And the director and Owen will both address the committee in preparation for the legislative session. And if any of my other commissioners that participated have anything to add, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bounds, Budget Committee.
Yes, we had a budget committee at the end of one of our executive committee meetings. Laura will be presenting the financial report this afternoon, so I'll avoid giving you numbers for fear of giving you the wrong numbers, since sometimes they change a little bit. But I'll say a couple of things. One is operating budget. We're on target on expenses, and revenue is coming in a little higher than we had forecasted. And on the capital budget, we're not likely to meet our goal on completing reappropriation projects. But things are moving along and are making progress, and looking forward to maybe an update early next year on how close we think we're going to be. And with that, I mean, we do expect in the year the the biennium with more revenue than we had forecasted, and that's always good news. But I will leave that up to Laura to give you the numbers this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anything you want to
Commissioner.
add, Commissioner Brown?
I would just ask tomorrow, or excuse me, later today when we have staff reports, for those of us that are unaware of the specifics, or at least what's known at the moment, it might be great if Laura or Owen or both could maybe talk a little bit about what you're hearing in terms of the state's revenue forecast going forward. I know that came up a couple times in recent days, that the situation is changing a bit, and it'd be good to know a little bit more about that if that's possible. So on the executive committee, please bear with me, and Ken will have a part of this too. Let me start by talking about the December planning meeting. For everyone's benefit, and Becky, please correct me if any of this is wrong, but Monday will be a travel day and spend Monday night at Kama Beach. We'll work all day Tuesday and have a function on Tuesday evening. And we will regroup Wednesday morning and work till about noon. As I think everyone knows, historically, the focus is on the director's performance and setting the stage for a review that leads us into January, where we reduce our expectations for the director to a letter. And then the executive committee, Sophia and Ken and I, working with Becky Daniels and with the director, we reviewed what we've done in the past. We sent that out to you. I asked you to tell us if you had any suggestions. I know Commissioner Latimer had one suggestion that we incorporated into this. You've received an original copy, a revised copy, and Becky tomorrow will send you the final copy of that process. But between now and the meeting in December, you'll receive a number of things from staff, including a report on progress towards our priorities, a list of additional agency accomplishments that aren't uniquely related to one of the priorities, the director's performance agreement from last year, actually earlier this year, and the director's written self-assessment. And then at the planning meeting, we'll be spending a fair amount of time, again, as I've mentioned, focused on the review of the director's performance and setting out expectations for the new year. I think that is that half of the meeting. Our vice chair will take the lead on the development of priorities for the coming calendar year. He sent out a detailed email to all of you about a week ago, and I'll ask Ken, our vice chair, if you want to talk about that at all.
Just briefly, I want to encourage you to really do look at the strategic plan, look at our priorities for last year. One of the things it's been pretty obvious, I think, is that most of our priorities tend to carry over and over. We do have a few different priorities. We will have different emphasis on those priorities depending on either progress or lack of progress in the previous year. But anyway, I want you to have some a reflection on what we've asked for in the past, and think about what really is, we think, going to be important for next year. And shoot a copy to Becky, me, and Diana by November 28th of, I'll say your top three priorities, but make it three-ish, because I know we've never sort of held very strongly on that three number, and what I thought I would do along with Becky to help her a little bit is try to organize them a little bit, and perhaps do a little bit of editing to make it, because I think some of us will have some of the same priorities, and just make sure we have a good conversation in December about that. And then I just raised another possibility to think about between now and then, and that is whether this approach is the best approach. I talked to Diana about this a little bit, about possibly trying to tie this a little more tightly to the budget process, which is a biennium. And so we're going to have her at the beginning of our conversation talk about, really crystallize for us. I think most of us probably remember, but it'll be a good reminder about what we did put in the next biennium budget, which really does reflect our priorities. I mean, when you get right down to it, what we ask for money for is what we intend to actually do. And there are things that don't necessarily require more resource, but require slightly different direction or different accomplishment. And then hopefully we can pare that down to 10 or so. And by January, the ELT can come back with a little bit more of a work plan that shows us what milestones they anticipate reaching for those particular priorities, given the resources that we do end up getting, which we won't really know about, at least for the last half of the year. And that's one of the reasons to think about trying to tie this more to the budget, because we'll have priorities set for next year. Half of the year we know what resource we have. The second half of the year we won't know what resource we have until the legislatures completed their tasks. So it's a little bit of a hope game going on there. But anyway, so I encourage you to get those in by the 28th to Becky and Diana and I, and Becky will pull it together for a PowerPoint for our December meeting. Any questions or?
Thank you. Couple more things from the executive committee. Commissioner Connolly already mentioned this, but the January meeting in Olympia, everyone will need to be there Tuesday, and we will make ourselves available to Owen to participate in meetings that he's able to schedule. If he needs our help scheduling meetings with our own individual legislators, I know we'll hear from him, but that will be day one. And then, of course, we'll have our regular commission workshop and business meetings on Wednesday and Thursday. Becky mentioned to me yesterday a public meeting at Westport. I think she has an update, and we're going to need some volunteers. Go ahead, Becky.
So we are planning on co-hosting a public meeting with Westport Light Golf in Westport on Thursday, December 8th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Acosta Junior Senior High School in Westport. This meeting is to update the public on the progress and status of the ongoing master planning effort at Westport Light State Park to consider a Scottish-style links golf course. The presentation will provide a summary of the findings of the environmental and economic site analysis conducted, introduce the golf course conceptual design, and design next steps in the planning process. So to avoid a quorum, I will only need 3 commissioners or under to attend. I know I've got it on the director's calendar, and other ELT and staff will be there, but we had said we would do a public meeting, so this is our.
So what I would appreciate as a follow-up, and I have this noted for later as a follow-up item too, I need to up to 2 volunteers who are interested in attending that meeting. I'll be attending it since I didn't go to the last one. But 2 more, just let me know.
Okay.
And I think that completes the executive committee report. Let me just, Sophia, did I miss anything? Ken or I miss anything? Anything you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. With that, we will now move to director's report. Director.
Chair Brown. It hasn't been that long since we had our September meeting, but it's been a pretty busy time this fall. I'm just going to go down a large list as I was putting it together in the last couple of days of what's been going on. I had the pleasure to go out to our collections and spend some time with Alicia Woods and looking at the state park archaeology collections that we have housed. What an amazing array of things. And as an anthropologist, I was extremely thrilled to just spend the day there looking at all the historical and prehistorical things that we have. I was able to view the piece of wood that is purportedly from the Mayflower that was housed up at Peace Arch and everything. And so it was a really great day, and just my great thanks to Alicia Woods for a wonderful time. We had a fall all staff meeting. Our all staff meetings are still virtual right now. Our attendance was pretty good. I think there were close to 300 people attending virtually. And I had my first campfire chat. This is the brainchild of our communications director, Amanda McCarthy. And it's really a sort of a session with about a dozen staff members and myself. It's virtual. And just the ability for us to sit and nothing is scripted. Just to hear what's on staff's mind. They have questions of me. They want to know direction of the agency or whatnot. It's a very informal sort of conversation, and I thought it was great. We received some wonderful feedback from the staff who attended, and we'll be having more of these, and really looking forward to it. I know. I asked where the marshmallows were. But along those lines, I've also been trying to get out and interact with staff more. I went to the Miller, Sylvania area Halloween potluck, and kudos to Janet Schonk for showing up in costume, which was great. Another time, all of these sort of meetings are just to sit down with staff and just nothing is planned. There's no agenda. It's just to hear what's going on, for them to ask questions of me and for me to understand the things that are on their minds. I went to the Administrative Services Management Team lunch about a week ago. I joined the Eastern Region Maintenance Team this Monday morning. I was able to, outside of staff, I did join virtually part of the Washington State Parks Foundation board meeting, the WWRC board meeting, and the Recreation Conservation Funding board meeting. I met with the director of DAHP, Dr. Allison Brooks, and I also met with the director of the Veterans Administration, Alfie Alvarado Ramos. And I had a meeting with the National Association of State Park Directors Northwest Region team. And those are directors from Alaska, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nevada, and California. And it was a really great meeting. It was the first meeting I was able to attend for this entity. Unfortunately, the nationwide meeting for the NASPD, I had pre-approved leave, and so I wasn't able to attend. But it was just really great to sit around with professionals from around the country and listen to what is on their minds and what they're struggling with in their states. So it was such a great meeting that we've decided to do it monthly. Because there's a couple of other new directors for Alaska, relatively new for Alaska in North Dakota, and everybody found great that the meeting was great and it helped answer a lot of questions for them. I attended the Washington Trails Conference, and as mentioned earlier, the Responsible Outdoor Travel Summit, and of course the Kokanee release at Lake Sammamish. I do want it noted that while Chair Brown was in a photo op opportunity, that Commissioner Dannenberg and I were in the fun boat. I believe we won for having the most fun boat. It truly was. I just want to echo Commissioner Dannenberg's comments. What a wonderful, marvelous experience. Just a really feel good sort of thing, and to be a part of just reintroducing, the continual reintroduction of this species into Lake Sammamish. It was really amazing. I enjoyed it very much. The Lean Conference, the Washington State Lean Conference, was held in October, and I was able to virtually I think the entire thing was virtual, but I attended two great trainings at the Lean Conference. The one was called Design Thinking, a human-centered approach to problem solving, and the other was Enterprise Performance Management, mission-driven government. So great teachings that I can't wait to sort of process and synthesize into, I think our Administrative Services Director, Laura Holmes, was in a couple of those trainings as well. And just looking at how, the great thing about training is we don't want to keep it to ourselves, is we want to share it and see, with the rest of VLT and the rest of the agency, and see how we can take some of the ideas that are presented in these conferences and really apply them to the work that we're doing in state parks. I want to finish up with just some staff things. Commissioner or Chair Brown welcomed Jeanette Chan, our new Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director. This is her first commission meeting, so I'd like to welcome Jeanette as well. We've been going through an onboarding process. Jeanette has come up with some strategic goals, and it really seems like she's been here for decades as opposed to the month and a half that she's been with us. Heather Saunders is our new Parks Development Director. Heather was here with us yesterday, and she unfortunately had to go back to the west side, but we were very excited to have Heather on board. I think technically her first day was yesterday, so we'll have an onboarding process for a new development director. We have completed and are in the final hiring stages for a new human resources director. So that announcement will be shared soon. And then we are currently in the middle of interviews for our tribal affairs director. So within the next 2 or 3 weeks here, we'll have 2 more key positions joining us on the executive leadership team. So I would like to end by taking a moment to, I mentioned that we, Becky, don't go anywhere. I just want to thank you. We have hired a new human resources director, which means that our current human resources director, Becky Daniels, is no longer going to be a part of the executive leadership team. The great news is that she will be still a part of our state parks community. Becky will be working in a different position. She has just decided it is a great opportunity for her to slow down a bit. As you can imagine, human resources is always a very challenging position, but I think over the last 3 years in dealing with COVID, return to work or return to the office, telework policies, hiring challenges, all the things that have been going on in our state system. And in parks is always a little slightly more complicated because we have both field staff and office staff, so things are a little more nuanced for us. Becky has done just an amazing job of leading the agency through this. And then I would just like to personally thank Becky because as you all know, she had looked at doing this a while ago. But Becky was gracious enough once I was hired to stay on and help me, which I've needed a lot of help. But I'm very appreciative, Becky, your experience, your leadership, just what you bring to the table in any conversation that we have has made my life a lot easier. It has truly been to the benefit of this agency to have you in HR, and I am extremely, extremely appreciative of your time and energy and commitment. So thank you so much. It is a deserved step back for you, and I am so happy that you're still going to be a part of the community and helping us as we move forward in state parks. So thank you very much. It is it is a lot easier when you only have to put on a uniform every day. But with that, I will end.
So one thing, when in giving the executive committee report, I didn't ask Becky Daniels, who I mentioned has been integral in helping us get ready to launch this and this effort this year. Did I miss anything? Is there anything that you wanted to share on the review process and helping us all be prepared for December? So we're expecting to get that packet of information ahead of time, and hopefully everybody will be prepared. Becky's going to send it out, so if there maybe you two could collaborate. If there's anything else to share, you can put that in that email. So just obviously don't work with you with the intensity the director does, but in view of circumstances over the last year and a half, really have been invaluable to the commission directly. And I want to, on behalf of all of my commission colleagues, thank you as well for hanging in there for as long as you were able to and willing to help us through what was kind of a challenging period of time for sure. Thank you, Becky. Now we have time for questions of the director, if there are any, before we move on to our next item. Commissioner Williams, Milner, Latimer down at this end of the table. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, I'm curious. In your meeting with DAHP, were there any outcomes in particular?
No, it was really an introductory meeting for Dr. Brooks and I. We'd never met before. So it was just, they were extremely beneficial in all the work that was done in the Beverly Bridge. So our opportunity to thank her for that, and just making sure that we have open channels of communication, that if there's something that State Parks can do for DAHP or DAHP can do for State Parks, really just making sure that we're on the same page, and if there are things that aren't on the same page, that we're having conversations to solve those problems at the lowest stage.
Any particular pages?
No particular pages, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else from the right wing here of the commission?
But this is actually not an engineering question. I was just wondering, it sounds like you've had a number of, thoughtful conversations with staff. And is there anything in particular that you feel like the commission should understand the challenges people are facing, or things that are going well?
I think some of the things that have been brought up regularly are just wanting to have an understanding of the budget. Just really what are the details of the budget, and that, and communication, making sure that we're doing a good job of communicating information down through the chain of command. And then there's also the little things about, like, uniforms, Becky Daniels, and some things that are a little more. It's nice to hear what there's, and I'm very frank with staff, because there are things that are in my purview in setting agency direction that I can adequately handle. And then there are other things that it's like that, you need to talk to your park manager or something like that. But I think just appreciating the time to, to sit with them and look them in the eye and say, hey, what do you think about working here? In one of my goals, and I sent out an all staff email a couple of months ago, and one of my goals is to establish alignment. And I talked a bit about this yesterday, between what any individual person is doing within our agency and how they are aligned with our mission, our budget goals, our strategic plan, and commission priorities. And we talked a bit about that, about, I didn't put people on the spot of, like, do you feel aligned? But just, that's what we're attempting to do. And that's what the communication is about. But the budget, people were very, very interested in the budget. I think the Chair Brown had mentioned earlier, when he and Commissioner Milner had joined the commission, the challenging financial situation that we were in at that time. And, it's 11 years later, 12 years later. And though that time period still resonates very heavily with staff who were around during that time. So a lot of questions about what does the economy for Washington look like? What does it mean for our budget if we go through a large recession? Is that going to result in cuts? And so it's managing that of being able to keep people informed and letting them know that we're hearing what is on their minds, and having them understand that there aren't really specific answers I can give to you at this point, because we just don't know. But I was really, they've been great meetings. It's been really nice to just hear what people are thinking.
Great
Thank you for
question.
doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner. How about down on this side of on the left wing?
Yeah.
Left wing. Commissioner Dannenberg, do you have any questions for the director?
Yeah.
So I have one, and I think this is the question, and I actually noted it for a follow-up item as well. But this precedes you as our director. But last July in Spokane, I raised a concern over how we interpret the story and the history at Fort Simcoe State Park.
Yes.
And that led to a really robust conversation amongst all of us, and an understanding that we would reach out to the Yakimas to find out whether they would like us to change the narrative there, or do we defer to them to tell that story, but enter into a collaboration with them regarding that question, in view of all we've read and heard about these compulsory boarding schools. And of course, that was a site of one. We did have a workshop item on this subject, and staff came and talked to us about the history. And we know, for those that may not know, that's a long-term lease there. We don't own Fort Simcoe. The Yakimas do. And it was agreed at the time that that lease was agreed to, that we would limit our interpretation on site to just the 3 years that the Army operated there. The Native American history there before, the Yakima Indian Bureau, and the 63 years that the school was operated there, we would not talk about that. We have a very narrow window of history that was agreed would be the focus of our interpretation. So we did have that King TV report yesterday. I don't remember who it was. I think Becky probably sent that to us to see. Oh, I'm sorry, Ken did. Thank you. I don't know whether the two people that were quoted in that article, whether they are tribal leaders, tribal elders. I mean, obviously they're enrolled members of the tribe. But I'm saying all of this because I was a little surprised by that, because I thought we were already engaged with them to discuss this question of where we go at Fort Simcoe. I mean, one possible extreme, Commissioner Milner actually mentioned this last July, is returning that fort to the Yakimas. Another option is reinterpretation. We do it, they do it, it gets done somehow. So I think what I would like to ask, Director, is if we could actually bring this back in January and get an update of where things sit, and maybe even in January have some of the Yakimas in the room with us. That we need to make sure that's appropriate and that there's something that's ripe in terms of that level of dialogue and discussion. And I don't want to impose on you that it has to be that way, but it might be good if we could have some tribal representation there and continue that conversation. And that will enable Amanda, who I thought had a great comment in that story, to be able to let people know that this continues to be an important issue for us and one that we're actively pursuing. So is that fair enough?
I think that is fair enough, yes. And I think one of the things that will change pretty precipitously between now and then is we will have a tribal affairs director on, which just changes sort of the makeup of the conversations that we're having. I do know that local staff has been working with some tribal members about the interpretation of Fort Simcoe. So there are some on the ground things that we're working on, but I think an update to the commission would be appropriate.
Yeah.
I will say this, it being the end of November and two major holiday seasons coming up, that January might be a little premature. But it doesn't mean we can't shoot for it. We also have performance agreements and everything coming up in the 2023 priorities.
Okay.
We're in Spokane for the next one, so that might in March. Yeah, April. So Spokane logistically might be a better opportunity for us.
Yes, Commissioner.
I had a chance several years ago to talk to one of their representatives in Toppenish at their cultural museum, and I just want to caution that there are some pretty unique perspectives between the generations of Yakimas as regards what needs to be done. And I think we need to respect the fact that this could take some time to work and to allow them to set the pace.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Milner.
Commissioner Dannenberg?
Well, I had a very similar comment. I initially raised my hand because of the suggestion of January. It feels very rushed to me. And again, not necessarily particularly convenient. I think that if we wanted to invite tribal members to come to a meeting, we should see what works for them. And maybe that, is going to happen after we hire our tribal affairs director, but to sort of force it in January because we're uncomfortable, because we don't want to sit with the discomfort of a King, 5-story. If that's not what they're looking for, I think isn't appropriate. I think we do need to respond. I do also, though, I do think that we want to address this with a sense of urgency. When I think Chair Brown initially raised this issue at a meeting, and I know it had been raised previously, we hear a lot in terms of our interaction with the tribes with interpretation that, it's not our story to tell, that, we have to, it takes time, et cetera, et cetera. And I think one thing about that story is that I think we've been sort of taking it at face value that when staff tells us that it's not our story to tell and it's not taking time, that's somehow the tribal members who are not wanting us to do that interpretation. I think that story seems to indicate that something was amiss, that maybe they actually have been wanting us to do that. So I'm not quite sure where that miscommunication happened, but I have to admit, when I heard that story, I was very disappointed thinking about how long ago this was raised, and that at the time we were definitely given the impression that we were not moving forward because the tribe did not want us to move forward, or that they wanted us to take time. And then I was like, well, where did this disconnect happen? And maybe it is just generational differences, or it's depends on who you're speaking to. But again, I think a sense of urgency while also allowing the tribes to lead. But if we are going to continue with this sort of delay, 100% make sure that that is actually backed up by the tribal members. As I said, that story made me feel like there was something we're missing, to be honest with you. So, wherever, I think that also the location, the convenience, whatever, asking folks to drive over possibly to Olympia in January, through the pass might not be the most convenient. And so I would also just think a little bit about travel, and if we're inviting guests, what burden is that placing on them in terms of where the location is, and what can we do to sort of ease that in any way. I don't know what we're allowed. So if there's anything we can do, if we're asking them to go to Spokane, if we're asking whichever direction, it's not going to be great if it's in the middle of the winter. So I'm not sure what we can do to make that easier.
Yeah, I'm sure that staff will take all those considerations and logistical issues into consideration, and nobody was suggesting a rush of any kind. Just think it's timely for us to have an understanding of where we're at and where we're going in that particular case. So, all right. Yes, Commissioner.
And that is, I've heard numerous times this commission describe one potential outcome being to give to the tribe.
Yeah.
This is theirs.
Yeah, that's right.
We're operating under a lease.
Yeah.
And so really they're in the lead position. We should respect the fact that, we're there as a grant from them.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, commissioners. Any other questions for the director? If not, we are 3 minutes ahead of schedule, including an unannounced fire break. So we will take a real break now and come back at 11:15, please, and we'll have some recognitions. Jackie, do we have any general comments? Yeah, okay. Slim. Good morning again. We are going to resume this meeting of the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission. Our next item is recognition, Gold Star Awards. Becky Ellison.
We have our agency Gold Star program, and any employee can give another employee a gold star for anything that they think they've done that's wonderful. And the commission will draw 3 names, or already have, and those people will get a $25 gift card for a lunch on us. So we'll start with Commissioner Connolly.
Yes. First up, Corey Toller for winter recreation. Being the foundational rock of finances for the boating program, steady Eddie, never too low and never too high, always providing great consultation regarding anything having to do with the budgeting process. Thanks, Corey, for everything you've done supporting the boating program, and congrats on your new role with winter recreation.
Boone Bada, Palusta Cascades, for your quick and helpful assistance clearing damaged drainage structures on the Palusta Cascades Trail West. Your help made all the difference and is much appreciated.
Okay, sorry about that. Alex Rosen, IT, the creation of the foster family pass tab in the pass access database. Alex's excellent work on this project has been a huge help to the info center. Alex has great communication skills, especially when explaining complex database design. Work was completed promptly and collaboratively. Thank you for making the new foster family pass tab. We could not have done it without you. Thanks, Alex.
I would love to hear about this tab.
Okay.
Whenever it's appropriate.
So Becky, that completes our Gold Star Awards, and we have no service pins today. So we'll now move to general public comments. If anyone had asked for an opportunity to talk about anything not otherwise on our agenda, anyone in that category?
Nope.
Okay. If not, we're then going to move to our first action item, item E3, our old friend, Riverside State Park and Sontag Park transfer to the 9 Mile Falls School District. We're going to have a staff presentation from Nikki. Were there any introductory comments that you or anyone wanted to make before we turn it over to Nikki, Director? No. Okay, Nikki, good morning.
Morning. So I gave you a report on this in July. This is following up with the requested action relating to it. Just as a reminder, this helps our strategic plan principles and goals of effectively managing the resources in the state park system. I'm going to give you an intro to the item, a little bit about the timeline of how we got here, and then I'll show you the proposed transfer, tell you about the public hearing we had last month, and then we'll go into the requested action. So this is in Riverside State Park in Spokane County. And the park is shown here in green with the area that we're talking about today with the red dot. It's an area known as Sontag Park. And Sontag Park has, it has its own name because it's been managed separately from the rest of Riverside State Park. In 1967, we did a lease with Spokane County to manage Sontag Park. And so it's been managed as a county park since then until this year. In 2018, as we went through an update on the classification and management plan for Riverside, there was a recommendation to exclude portions of Sontag Park from the long-term boundary of Riverside so that they could be used instead by the 9 Mile Falls School District and the adjacent elementary school. Then in 2021, Spokane County requested to terminate their lease, and we agreed to that earlier this year. So we also have recently signed an interim management agreement with the 9 Mile Falls School District to manage the portion of the park that we're talking about transferring today. just to show you what we're talking about, the brown line that is here is the Sontag Park as it was managed by Spokane County. The red area is 2.9 acres. Here is the area that we're talking about transferring to the 9 Mile Falls School District and the adjacent elementary school, 9 Mile Falls Elementary here. And this shows it closer up. So the area in question includes the baseball field and the irrigated turf areas associated with it, as well as the playground. This area has traditionally been used over the years primarily by the school next to it. It's used at recess and for their physical education programming at the elementary school. And so the idea being that they would just continue that, except now they would own it instead of leasing it from us or just using it from the county. In their letter asking to terminate their lease, Spokane County referred to this as a win-win-win situation. And the way they described it is the way I show on this slide, that it is a win for the public because the park will be managed closer by. So rather than being in the hinterlands of Spokane County and having to wait for them to be able to get way out here to take care of issues as they come up, it's being managed from right next door. It'll continue to have the amount of public access that it has had in the past, primarily outside of school hours, which is usually when it's been used anyway by members of the public. The school district will have the expanded grounds to improve their programming, and state parks will have the rest of Sontag Park being managed as a trailhead for the Spokane River Centennial Trail and being able to then start collecting Discover Pass revenues from that parking lot there. So, so this is why Spokane County said that this was a good idea to end their lease, and we agreed with them. We had a public hearing last month about this project. The public hearing is required by RCW, and it's required for any transfer under RCW 3933 of a property that is worth $50,000 or more. And so we are required to have that hearing in the county where the property is. And so we had the meeting at Spokane or at 9 Mile Falls Elementary School, so right next door to Sontag Park. There were 16 people there. Most of the people in attendance were supportive of the idea. There were a few people that had concerns, and those concerns mostly related to the Discover Pass requirement within the part of Sontag Park that we're managing. They, aside from not wanting to purchase a Discovered Pass, they were concerned that that would drive people to park outside the park along the road, and that could cause traffic issues in the area. And there were a couple of concerns that the school district might develop the property. I've spoken with the superintendent of 9 Mile Falls School District. They don't have any intention to do that. They really are only looking at 10 years at a time within his 10-year plan. They have no intention to do that, and he doesn't really see that happening in the future. Having outdoor space at an elementary school is a thing that they're likely to continue needing well into the future. And so it seems unlikely that would be an issue. Moving on to the requested action. We're asking you to authorize the director or designee to transfer an approximately 2.9 acre portion of Riverside State Park, as we described here and in the agenda item, at no cost to expand their grounds and provide additional school programming.
Good report, Nikki. Thank you. Let me ask if there are any questions that commissioners have of staff. Any questions? I can't see you, Commissioner Dannenberg, because of the configuration of the screen. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Bounds.
Yes, and Nikki, do we have certain conditions on the transfer?
There's one that is proposed. And we have a programmatic agreement with the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation. It says that when we transfer lands to another public agency that isn't subject to the Governor's Executive Order 2102, which relates to consultation on cultural resources, that we would add a deed reservation that requires the receiving party to comply with the executive order. And so should the school want to do any development within this property, they would then be required to consult with DAHP and affected tribes before that development.
But they could develop
They could.
on that site. Okay.
Okay, I don't hear any other questions or anyone asking to make comments. So at this time, the chair would entertain a motion to concur in the staff recommendation in regard to item E1. Properly moved by Commissioner Conley and seconded by
I'll second it.
Commissioner Dannenberg. Thank you. Properly moved and seconded to concur in staff recommendation on item E1. Is there any further questions or comments? Hearing none, as many as are in favor will indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion is approved unanimously. So I think you're next up too. And we have time, so would you mind just saying right there, and we'll take a pause while you reboot for item E2?
Yes.
The previous action as well as this upcoming one, we have been previously briefed on it and have had discussions.
Yeah.
Somewhat extensively. I know the real estate committee has gone through it as well. So it seemed a little perfunctory. I just wanted to make sure that the listening public knew that there's been a deliberative process at the commission.
I think both of these, I can remember when I was on the real estate committee, we were talking about these several years ago, actually. And so these are examples of things that take a while. Thank you, Commissioner Bounds, for that. So at this time, if there's no objection, we'll move to item E2, the Nisqually property transfer. This is a requested action item, and I will turn things over to our presenter, Nikki Fields, the real estate program manager.
Thank you. So this is another land transfer of 2 transfers at Nisqually State Park. This meets the strategic plan principles of providing exceptional recreation, cultural, and interpretive opportunities, and 2 of our commission priorities. One of them is specifically related to Nisqually State Park and making significant progress on that park, and then supporting efforts to create accessible and welcoming experiences for state park visitors. I'll give you an intro to what this item is and where in the world we are, and talk about some of the construction phasing at Nisqually State Park. And then I'll talk about the land transfers and why we believe they're required, and then the requested action. Nisqually State Park is mostly in Pierce County. A little bit of it is in Thurston County on the south side of the Nisqually River. It is on the Nisqually River, about midway between the mountain and the wildlife refuge. The park is about 1,300 acres. It's shown in the green area here. We have been working toward creating our first major capital development within Nisqually State Park. It'll be our next major state park. And this map shows those first phases of development that we have planned, and I'll walk through them briefly and let you know how that relates to what we're talking about today. We have a phase 2 development involves an admin facility and a parking area with a trail that is also used as a road for people with disabilities and for staff to make their way down to the Nisqually River. And there's a water access site at the Nisqually River and a trail and boardwalk that gets to some overlooks of both the Nisqually River and then Ohop Creek. And a lot of interpretive programming along that boardwalk and trail there, and up at the admin facility and parking lot here. Then the next phase, which is what we are requesting funding for next biennium, includes the first phase of camping. So a campground loop, this is the ranger residence and drain fields, utilities basically for the park. We're starting from nothing here, so we have to develop everything for the park within these phases. Then a loop trail that we went for a grant for in this round as well, that you may have seen as we did the WWRP grant agenda items, that has an overlook of the Michelle River Valley. And a welcome center and and this is where we get into what we're talking about today, a roundabout, a new entrance to the park to provide safer access into the park. This purple area is what the planned next phases after this are, and that is the major day use facilities in the park. So we have done a pre-design report on that phase 4, phase 5 work, and we're requesting money at a later time to actually do that design and development. So because of our new park entrance here with the roundabout, there's a little bit of the park that will have to be transferred to the Department of Washington Department of Transportation, or as part of Highway 7 that is on the northern boundary of the park. Additionally, we need permits from Pierce County in order to be able to do these other projects in the park. And when we requested our permits from Pierce County, they requested that we transfer to them any interest we have in the right of way of Michelle Prairie Road, which is this county road that runs through the middle of it. So I just showed those two areas here. The transfers today are washed up at the park entrance, and then Pierce County along Michelle Prairie Road that runs through the park. Going into a little more detail on those two, the current park entrance doesn't have good sight distance and isn't set up to accommodate the increased amount of traffic that we expect to get at the park once we have a campground and more facilities going there. It would make it difficult for people that live along Michelle Prairie Road and for park visitors to get in and out of the park. And it might make it dangerous because of the lack of sight distance coming out of there. So it was recommended to us that a roundabout is the best solution to be able to maintain good traffic flow on Highway 7, as well as provide safe entry and exit from the park. The roundabout also provides an opportunity for us to create a welcoming entrance to the park, where we are working with the Nisqually tribe on the design of the roundabout that might include sculptural figures within the circle and rock and landscaping and possible other artwork elements within it. So people driving on Highway 7 would know that they were near Nisqually State Park, and that it has a tribal element to it as well. So this map shows the lavender areas are the areas that are proposed for transfer to Department of Natural Resources, Department of Transportation, sorry, here. And that's about 0.6 acres. And that is the area that would actually be required for the roads and the roundabout itself. There are also some easements that we would need to give them, which don't require commission approval for easements. But the green areas are a slope easement. That's the area that would have to be graded to provide the roundabout, and it would have to just maintain that slope. The blue area is a drainage easement that would be the area needed for the drainage for this facility. So, so today's item is in relation to the lavender areas. The Pierce County transfer is Michelle Prairie Road, which is shown in the red line here as it passes through the park. Michelle Prairie Road is a county road, but because of the way county roads came about, the county doesn't have proof that that is 100% their road. And that's what this is about. As we are applying for permits to develop the park, they want to basically clear title to be able to have proof that this is their road. So they want us to transfer to them any interest we have in the right of way of the road. We actually don't think we have any interest in this right of way. Our deeds don't indicate that we do. So this isn't actually transferring anything that we believe we have to them, but it does allow them to have clear title of the road. So because this item is less than $50,000, we weren't required to do a public hearing on it. We believe that the land transfer to the Department of Transportation is less than $5,000 in value, and the land to Pierce County has no value because we don't believe there's actually any land there. So no hearing was required, but we will be doing the Pierce County, the deed requirement to require them to comply with the Executive Order 2102. The requested action is to authorize the director or designee to transfer portions of Nisqually State Park as described above and is shown in Appendix 2 to WashDOT and Pierce County at no cost for future right-of-way needs.
Good report. Thank you very much. Are there questions for Nikki? Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you for that great presentation, Nikki. Question on the roundabout timing. Does WashDOT have the funding to do it? Do we have any feel for when that would be done?
We would be paying for it.
Okay.
And it's part of the request for next biennium, the $34 million capital request for Nisqually.
So that's included in that.
Yeah.
Okay. And
It's phase 3 is what it is.
so is the schematic that you showed there, is that our design or WashDOT's design? Okay. And they're agreeable with it?
Yes.
And presumably it's pretty RV friendly.
RVs and other large vehicles traveling on the highway.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Yes, Commissioner Bounds.
Does Pierce County currently maintain that road, or do we maintain that road?
Pierce County maintains the road.
Okay, and they will continue doing that. And
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Right now, there are about 9 residences down at the end of the road in the kind of in between the 2 legs of the park. And so the county would continue to own and maintain the road until such future time as we may be able to acquire all of the properties in there, at which time we might request that they vacate the road.
When you say the end of the road, is that where the old Shaker Church used to be in the graveyard and the resident?
Than that.
Commissioner Dannenberg, you have your hand up?
Oh, yes. Although actually, I actually had the same question about the maintenance only because I saw that in the fiscal, in the fiscal note, there was a small note about savings from maintenance. But it sounds like we're not really maintaining it anyway right now.
No, we're not maintaining the Michelle Prairie Road. There might be some small amount of maintenance that is done on the property that would be transferred to WashDOT.
Oh. Any further questions? If not, let me ask if I forgot to do this the last time. I apologize, but just need to make sure there's no public comments. No. Thank you, Becky. All right, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to concur in the staff recommendation regarding action item E2.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Milner and seconded by Commissioner Bounds to concur in the staff recommendations on item E2. Any amendments or discussion? Hearing none, as many as are in favor will indicate, I'm sorry.
The park sign, the entrance sign is at the bottom of the road, not in the roundabout.
No, the park entrance sign is within the park after you turn off of the roundabout. And all of our entrance signs are a little ways into our parks, with the idea being that they're not the sign that tells you this is where you turn to get to the park, they're the sign that says welcome, here you are, we made it.
That is a gorgeous entrance sign too, by the way. I think the best we have in the system. Okay, if there's nothing further, the question is an action on the motion to concur in the staff recommendation on item E2. As many as are in favor will indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is approved unanimously. So we're going to adjust because of being a little bit ahead of schedule here and lunch is not ready. And so the Director of Administrative Services, Laura Holmes, has agreed to take her report, E3, and bring that forward to now. And we appreciate that. We'll give you a moment to get set. We're going to move to item E3. I think that we're going to hold questions until you're done with the full report. Does that work for you? Okay, perfect. So we'll keep notes of your questions and go ahead. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. This morning, I'm going to provide an update on our finances for our current biennium. This will include our capital and operating budgets, as well as taking a look at our visitation and revenue collected by our Parks Renewal Stewardship account and how that revenue collected compares to projections. I'm usually pretty loud, so I hope you can have a problem. All right, thank you. So we'll start off with our capital budget. We have 163.5 million in funded capital projects. The first two columns that you see are our state fund account. We have spent 15.8 million on our new appropriations or newly funded projects, which is 22% of the budget. For that, we have spent 15.2 million on our reappropriations or our projects that cross biennia, and that is 40% of the budget for that. And then we have spent 14.3 million of our grants, donations, and pass-through funds, which is largely our RCO funded projects, and we have spent about 27% of that budget. And I should mention that all the data in this slide presentation is through September 2022, which is about 63% of the way through our biennial cycle. Moving into our operating budget, we have 231.8 million in spending authority. We have spent 37.4 million of our general fund state, which is about 60% of that budget. We've spent 81.9 million of our PRSA, which is 58% of that budget. And then for our dedicated and other funds, this is largely our winter rec and boating programs, and we've spent 10.3 million, about 39% of their available budget. To provide context to the operating budget spending, I have put together a couple slides of information. So expenditures by program is expenditures by our agency programs. Our operations division, not surprisingly, 69% of our expenditures, that is our field staff and costs to operate our parks. 8% is parks development, 16% administration and agency support. We have 1% in suspense right now, and 6% is spent for our boating and winter recreation programs. And then additionally, looking at our expenditures by object, which is how our budget system categorizes our expenditures, we have 60% spent in salaries and benefits, 1% in our professional service contracts, 33% in goods and services, 1% in travel, 5% in capital outlays, and an oddly looking negative $500,000 in other categories because they are smaller categories and include our interagency reimbursements. Then taking a look at our visitation, we have from January through September, we've had 34.5 million recreation visits to our parks. That is the dark purple line that represents this calendar year. Sorry. Looking at that same time frame last year, we are down 8%, which was anticipated as we talk a little bit about our revenue projections. We anticipated being down, but when we look at it compared to pre-pandemic impacts, We are up 6% over that same time period in 2019. Looking at our revenue collected, we have collected 97.1 million through September. 35% is Discover Pass, 36% is camping, 6% is roofed overnight, license renewal is 10%, and other is 13%. And other includes like real property lease agreements, boat moorage, boat launch, day use shelters, concessions, and interpretive talks. Then looking again at projections, so we did do our projections conservatively, knowing that we did spike in our 2020 and 2021 calendar and fiscal years. And so we took a look at kind of pre-pandemic and did projections, but we do continue to exceed our projections. We've collected 8.4 million to date, more than we projected to collect. For Discover Pass, that was 8.9%. In camping, we collected 5.1%. Roofed overnight is 34.7%. Our license renewal donations 4.6%, and in other 19.3%. And at our last commission meeting, we did talk about the roofed overnight because that continues to remain very high in what we're seeing compared to what we really projected would happen. So I worked with our reservation system manager to get some data, and she did a fantastic job of pulling together some data for us that I'm going to share on our roofed accommodation bookings. So the new user bookings are bookings that were made by a new profile created in the reservation system. So a new profile could be created by somebody who abandoned a profile or who is in the same household as a camping profile, but for data purposes, we look at the new profiles for that year. So we have in 2020, 33% of reservations or bookings were made by a new user. Our power user bookings is how our vendor refers to our existing users in our system. And so you can see the comparison there. It looks, in 2021 and 2022, which is 2022 is only through September 30th. So we're not comparing full years here, but it is very consistent those 2 years with about a quarter of the users being new profiles in the system that are booking. And then because it is revenue related, I did take a look at the average nights in case there were increased number of nights, but those have also remained pretty consistent at 2.3 to 2.4 nights being booked on average. So just in summary, very much how it can put it very well, our capital spending is following project timelines. We do have in our capital budget that does represent more than 40 projects that are taking place. The timelines and the phases that those projects are in vary, but we have continued to increase the amounts being expended throughout the time of the biennium, and it is expected to increase towards the end of this fiscal year and continue on that pattern. Our operating expenditures are on target with spending plans, and our revenue collected is above projection. So right now, the outlook for parks is very good, and we are in a great place. It's an easy budget for me to share for sure. So any questions?
So we'll open it up for questions now. I'll actually jump in quickly and ask, I mentioned earlier, what are you hearing relative to state revenue forecast overall? What's that terrain look like for the next biennium? And then lastly, from me, and when would we expect to have the governor present his operating and capital budgets to the legislature? I know that's in December, but do we have a time frame for that?
Yes, great, both good questions. So to the first question, what we've been hearing in our meetings with OFM staff is that the general fund budget is tight. So even maintenance level, they're really looking at how to fund maintenance level and setting expectations really for our policy level. So for general fund, the expectations are a bit lower this biennium, looking for the 23-25 biennium to receive funding. So that is what I'm hearing so far. And as far as the governor's budget, I would expect that by mid-December, generally we see the governor's budget, and Owen may have more details than that, but usually around the 14th or 15th. That sounds, he's nodding his head, so we'll take it.
Thank you, Laura. Other questions? Sophia, do you have any questions? Commissioner Dannenberg, excuse me, do you have any questions? Okay, any?
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to thank you for getting that data on the new users.
So
It
your
is interesting
volume,
to
hold
see-
off just a second, Sophia, your volume has dropped significantly. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to thank you for getting that data on the new users and thank whoever was involved in the back. I think it is interesting for us to see, and hopefully some of those new users from 2020 are the power users we've seen in the other years. So they're just moving along, and we're keeping them. But I think I really do appreciate that bit of extra effort to get that data.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bounds?
I was just going to comment about the new users that, the emphasis on the percentage, but in fact, the new users grew in 2021 from 2022, even though the percentage was lower because there were a lot more more rentals. So I thought that was interesting. That went from 4,000 to 4,400. So there was a growth there, even though it wasn't as fast as I guess the old users rented more. But still, seemed like a significant. That's a 10% increase from 20 to 2021.
Yeah, it is. It's very interesting to see the data on that. And largely it is cabins and yurts, but that of course is what we have the most of in our system. There's quite a few bookings for our vacation houses, which we only have about 12 or 13, but I think 150-ish were for our vacation houses each one of those years around there. So there's definitely increased interest from our new users in being able to book roofed accommodations.
Commissioner Latimer has a question.
Well, I'm just kind of curious, on that slide, it shows the capital budget and in particular that bar graph that shows the expenditures to date on the new appropriations. How does that compare to previous bienniums? I'm sure it's not a complete linear
Sorry.
outlay, but just curious, are we sort of below trend in terms of outlay at sort of the midpoint in the biennium?
We are a little bit looking at the first 16 months of last biennium and then the first 16 months of this biennium. We are down a little over 20% in the spending. However, when I looked at this biennium and compared July through October, you saw our first few months of the biennium compared to July through October now. I looked at actual spending, so not what we have like encumbered, because that kind of throws things off as things get liquidated and changed. But actual spending, we have doubled this July through October what we spent last July through October. So we are overall down, but our pace has increased significantly right now.
Is there a particular reason that we're down?
Labor.
Not that I'm entirely aware of. I think some of it has to do with permitting and phases and the timing, but I haven't been as involved directly with capital project staff to know if there are other things that are maybe limiting, supply and demand, or the ability to contract, some of those things that could be also issues that I'm looking into a bit with my team, our budget team, to kind of figure out where those issues are.
Okay.
And I did ask in the budget committee if this was a common trend among other state agencies, and the answer was yes. And I assume that some of this was capacity, some of it is supply chain. So it's kind of a confluence of a number of factors that are driving our ability to spend money down. That's my understanding based on what I've been told. Commissioner Milner?
So just two historical notes as you move into the period of working with the governor's office and the legislature and trying to achieve the best outcome for the public. First is that we have had an ongoing debate that will probably go on forever, but I just want to bring it up. And that is just what is the equitable ratio of funding of the park system between earned revenue and contributions from the general fund. And that to me is a very poignant metric. It's very much akin to the strategy and the interests of both the park system and the governor. And it's not a number that I think you'll ever agree 7 people on the same number, but the dialogue and the pursuit of what is the right way to go to represent the public equitably is of value, in my opinion. the second thing is I think we've turned the corner with respect to how we pitch, how we make our pitch to the legislature and the governors, well, the legislature as we move forward. I sense no resistance anymore to the work that was done to identify just what sort of impact state parks have and other parks have on revenues to the state. So not so subtle, I think, in the discussion should be, this is a matter of how much you want to invest because we're going to give you more than dollar for dollar back. And we recognize that investment capital may be limited, but just a reminder that in some ways we're the goose that lays the golden egg. We're one of the few agencies that actually returns more than what we consume. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Great report. And Becky, is lunch ready now? All right. So instead of going to lunch at 12:15, we will go to lunch at noon, and we were going to have 45 minutes. So let's have everybody back here at 12:45. That gives us a full 45-minute lunch break. 12:45, please. If there's no other business to come before us before we adjourn for lunch, we will be adjourned for lunch until 12:45.